we're taking a moment to indulge in the past and revisit our favorite nostalgic summer movies. We're going to take a look at why we feel the way we do when we watch those older summer flicks. And you're killing me, Smalls. Today, contributor Donna Farazin spoke to the cast of a movie that defines the season, The Sandlot. We found out why it still resonates today. And to close out our special show, we've got our friend Chris Witherspoon, founder and CEO of Pop Viewers. He's counting down the most nostalgic summer movie scenes of all time. Stay with us for all of that. It'll be great. To kick things off, here's a deep dive into how watching nostalgic films makes us feel, especially during the heat of summer.
Summer in itself is a great example of a trigger for nostalgia because it connotes many of the attributes that accompany nostalgia, such as longing for the carefreeness, the leisure of childhood. But when you watch something like a movie that's set at summer camp, you've got so many stimuli there that are reminding us that in our hectic, busy lives, should we not occasionally take a break?
So, either of you by any chance know how to play poker? Yeah, never played it before.
Roosevelt, how's that lanyard coming?
Horrible.
Film is a really good example of a medium that has all of the triggers for different kinds of sensory experiences, visual, auditory, such as the music in a film. And so you have all these varieties of sensory stimuli that help you to mentally transport yourself in two ways, by the way. One, when you're just remembering the past, you're transporting yourself back to that time. An interesting finding recently showed that when people just reminisce nostalgically, they even feel a little more healthy and vibrant, and they have more vitality. Why? Because when you transport yourself back, you're feeling a little bit of the feelings you felt when you were younger. Nostalgic films, especially for looking back to your beloved favorite childhood movies, those were a source of great comfort.
Shut up! You're killing me, Smalls. Dear Darla, I hate your stinking guts.
Their time! Up there! Down here, it's our time! It's our time down here!
In fact, in film, for example, we believe from the research data that there are characters in movies that serve as surrogates for us. So when you watch a film that you loved in the past, not only are you remembering when you watched it, with whom did you watch it, the conversations you had at the time, maybe you went out to the movies with friends or what have you. But in addition to that, as you watch characters in films play out their own problems and resolve them through this vicarious resolution, you feel that hope and optimism, which is a lot like the happy ending of many stories that we've seen throughout our lives, right? If you wanted to log them according to seasons of the year, for instance, summer is a great time. And what operates as a nostalgic film, it could be something like Star Wars, Episode 1, for a generation who saw that for the first time, either as children, teenagers, or young adults. And to some extent, it's transporting them not just to the film and the enjoyment of the film, but also it gives someone the ability to reflect upon what did it mean to me when I saw that as a kid, and now what would I think of it now? So sometimes when we rewatch an old film, we're comparing our understanding as full-fledged adults, or our understanding now that we've lived through so much, with what we thought when we first saw it. Also, for the elderly today, they might think back to the great summer films that were beach movies. You know, the parties on the beach and playing volleyball on the beach. When you think about transportation mentally through a film, now you have added onto it that you might transport yourself to somebody else's past or to somebody else's experience, not necessarily your own. So fiction can be enjoyed and benefited from, even in terms of nostalgia. For instance, a lot of nostalgic films incorporate within the plot or within the character lines, characters remembering back to their past.
I can still recall our last summer I still see it all. Walks along the Seine, laughing in the rain.
I was the last one to move away, but when I did, the Sandlot was still there.
And then when you watch that, then that prompts you to sort of mentally transport yourself with that character back to their past as well. So it's very rich. Film is a very rich medium.
Our thanks to Professor Christine Batcho for sharing all of her findings and insights with us, a little better understanding of why those films make us feel so good. Still to come, even more nostalgia and more fun. Donna Farazan's chat with the Sandlot stars who played Yaya and Squints.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to our Pop Start Plus special, all about nostalgic summer movies. Now, if you're a 90s kid, you'll remember the 1993 release of a movie about a ragtag pack who loved playing ball. And it changed how we think about summer forever. Today, contributor Donna Farazan spoke to two of the stars from The Sandlot, Chauncey Leopardi, who played Squints, and Marty York, who played Yaya. They shared the responses they still get about the movie set during a summer back in 1962.
Was the summer you filmed The Sandlot the best summer of your lives?
It was for sure the best summer of my life.
Yeah.
I don't think anything, compares to it since then. And I think we just had a blast. It was summer camp for like 2 or 3 months that we filmed over the summer, and definitely the best.
Yeah, it was pretty great. It's hard to beat. Obviously, I love my family, and I wouldn't want my wife to think that, my 11-year-old summer was the best summer of my life. But it was pretty awesome, hanging out with friends and having that experience, and then getting to share it with the rest of the world forever. It's just it's a pretty amazing thing.
This film represents the best of summer. The 4th of July celebrations, the carnival, kids playing ball, the s'mores, you name it. There's so many different elements. Why do you think The Sandlot is a film that has defined summertime for a lot of people?
It takes people back to an era of the United States where kids went outside and they played, and when the sun went down, that's when they went home.
I want you to get out into the fresh air and make some friends. Run around, scrape your knees, get dirty.
You had adventures during the day.
It'll be 30 years next year, first of all. How does that feel for you guys?
It's amazing. I mean, anytime you do a film, you never know what the results are going to be. But to still be here talking about this 30 years later, and to see it still affecting people's lives for the better is that's kind of why you're in the arts. It's the reason that you want to do. That's what you set out when you have passion about a project, is to hope that you get one that changes things, forevermore. So it's a blessing. And we appreciate all the love and support that we've gotten over the years.
What were your favorite scenes to film for each of your characters?
I loved like all of the baseball stuff. Obviously was a lot of fun. When we played the other team, it was a blast. Filming the whole chase scene, we did that for like 2 weeks. So just the dog chasing Benny and all the different stuff. That was a lot of fun as well. I think that there's like something to find that was cool about everything. And even in the treehouse stuff, that treehouse was amazing. This is when they really built sets for film still. There was no green screens or anything like that. So that was all like real craftsmanship. Somebody, a carpenter, the construction guys on set actually built those sets. So they were so cool and like so in depth, Mr. Myrtle's house. And it was a really cool time in filmmaking because you still had all of the crafts really showcasing their work. Whereas now maybe things are a little bit more reliant on computer generated software and stuff like that. So it was a cool time to kind of see them fabricate this really cool film and these really cool sets.
Obviously, my favorite scene was going over the fence to come face to face with the beast and being on that crane. And it's really cool because, back then, kids could do their own stunts, which would never happen nowadays. And just like a lot of the stuff that I didn't even see till the final picture came out, the 4th of July scene, we filmed that with just literally lights and gels that they put in front to make it look like fireworks were going off. When we filmed that, it didn't seem that iconic to me until you put Ray Charles to it, until you put the fireworks in the sky. And when we saw the final product, we were like, wow, like that really that's an amazing scene. So it's just movie magic.
God done shed his grace on thee.
What kind of memories do people tell you that they have that are related to the Sandlot? What do the fans come up to you and say?
Everybody that relates to Squints that has the glasses or I get a lot of the pictures and the photos. Sometimes as growing up, having glasses is always like something that people could be a little reserved about or feel like they get picked on a little bit. So it's cool to have that cool character that people can relate to that makes them feel like this is a superpower, not the opposite.
How do you think the Sandlot has helped empower young people to feel more included, be more inclusive, and, feel okay to embrace their differences?
It's awesome because this is a bunch of kids of all shapes, colors, and sizes. They're all different. They all have their own little thing. And, the main character is a kid that's feeling out of place and coming from somewhere else and really not fitting in. And it starts off with like his struggle of like, trying to connect with his stepfather and trying to connect with these kids in this new neighborhood. And it takes a guy like Benny, who is obviously a very strong character and an amazing baseball player and a total star, to just say, leave him alone. We need an extra guy, and this guy's gonna be it, So it's about including people regardless of, what the masses feel. So I think it has a lot to say about, real American values, because that's what America is. It's a melting pot of different cultures and different people that find common ground to create a better life for themselves.
Really cool to hear from those two. We're going to share more from them after the break, including what it was like to film that famous pool scene featuring Squints and Wendy Peppercorn.
Welcome back to you today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Welcome back to our special episode of Pop Star Plus. Let's pick back up with Donna Fairzen's conversation with two stars from The Sandlot, Marty York and Chauncey Leopardi, who spoke about that very pivotal pool scene and the impact it's had on young kids today.
Chauncey, you were talking about, Wendy Peppercorn and that pool scene, which is so iconic when your character almost drowns and then gets saved by the lifeguard that everyone has a crush on. What do you remember from shooting that scene?
God, he looks like a dead fish.
It was really cold. It was a really hot summer, but during the time that we shot the pool scene, it had dipped down into like the 70s, and we were shooting early mornings for the light, and it was freezing cold. So in a lot of those scenes, you can see us like shivering in the pool. Or I know it was like a big anticipation for me leading up to that. I kept asking the director, is today the day? Is today the day? You know what I mean? It was my first kissing scene, so
Wow.
Pretty exciting.
That is exciting. That's amazing. Just as we talked about earlier too, so much that has happened, or the emotions that are evoked from The Sandlot, translate into real life as well. On the Today Show, Hoda recently interviewed the three boys who had saved the dad who became unconscious underwater in their pool. It's an amazing story. They performed CPR on him, saved his life, and they credited learning CPR through watching The Sandlot and through that specific scene.
Now, who took a CPR class? Raise your hand. Nobody? But you did know, because what was one of your favorite movies?
The Sandlot.
What was your reaction to that news?
That's just incredible. Here we are 30 years later, and something that someone saw that we did 30 years ago saved their father's life. I mean, it makes you want to tear up because it's such a beautiful thing. And, wherever we get the information from, it's great, So to be the force that helped them do that for their father, I'll never forget it.
Every time I come across a fan of The Sandlot, they always talk about it in a way that, they feel so comforted and cozy when watching it. It brings them back to a different time. Why do you think people feel so comforted when watching The Sandlot?
It's timeless. The way David Mickey Evans, the writer and director, shot it, he told the DP, Tony Richmond, he told him, I want it to look like Kodak chromatic film. So that's like an old, very pop arty type of film from the 60s. And he said, I want it to look like that. And I think because of the setting, had he have done it in the 90s when we shot it and placed it present day, I don't think it would have lasted and stood the test of time. It's like a Bel Air. It's like a 57 Chevy, It's something that the lines on it are going to be clean forever. And no matter what, you're always going to get a nostalgic feeling when you go see these old cars at these car shows, and just the storied time in American history. And because it's just frozen in time, I think that it stands the test of time, because it is a time capsule, like Marty said. It takes you to a happy place where, good or bad, we felt like everything was a little bit simpler.
Thank you to Marty and Chauncey for hanging out with us. Still to come, we've queued up some of the most nostalgic summer movie scenes of all time. Do we got any Parent Trap fans out there? Stick with us.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
You open the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feel like Christmas or my birthday or something.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to our special episode of Pop Start Plus. We are diving into everything you need to know about nostalgic summer movies. And who better to guide us along than Chris Witherspoon? He is the founder and CEO of Pop Viewers, and he's about to take us on a lovely trip down memory lane with some of the most nostalgic summer movie scenes ever.
Is there anything that beats the warm weather, the long sun-filled days and fun that comes with summertime? Whether you went to camp or hung out by the pool, spent time with family and friends, or had 7 jobs like me, summer was always filled with terrific memories of growing up. Unfortunately, we'll never be kids again, but luckily, we'll always have movies to turn to that transport us back to those days, no matter what decade you grew up in. Let's count down as we watch some of the best nostalgic summer movie scenes of all time. First up, Weekend at Bernie's. It's an absolute classic. Now grab your sunblock and flip-flops because you'll be wanting to enjoy a weekend at the beach after watching this one. In it, Jonathan Silverman and Andrew McCarthy play friends who are invited for a weekend at their boss's opulent beach house. Lots of shenanigans ensue that ultimately lead to their boss, Bernie's, death. But to avoid ruining their weekend, Richard and Larry pretend he's still alive. Let's take a look at the clip.
You're probably right.
Get it together, Bernie.
Here we go, sugar. Move it over a little bit, okay, baby?
I don't understand why we have to move him, Rich. Oh, don't ask me any questions, Larry. Just move him. Oh. Here we go. Ready? I can't believe I'm touching a dead body. Here's your boss. Come on. Let's go. Whoa.
Oh, Bernie.
Oh, what a kidder, huh? Oh, Bernie, you're always darling. Come on.
That's what you call some dead weight.
Come on, let's go. Come on, he's crazy. Here we go.
Wait, is there an award for playing the best dead guy? If so, Terry Kaiser deserves it. If you're looking to laugh like there's no tomorrow, add this film to your summer watch list. Next up, one of almost everyone's favorites, The Notebook. Ryan Gosling and Rachel McAdams killed these roles as lovers who were always meant to be together. Who could forget the moment when Noah and Allie reunited after 7 years apart? Did he just pick that boat up with his bare hands? I think he did.
It wasn't over for me. I waited for you for 7 years. Now it's too late.
I wrote you 365 letters. I wrote you every day for a year.
You wrote me?
Yes. It wasn't over. It still isn't over.
Ooh. That's a kiss right there. Ooh. Talk about a hot girl summer. Even all that rain couldn't cool those two down. On to another fun one, Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Now, if you watch this as a teen, then you got tons of ideas of how to spend the perfect day playing hooky. Matthew Broderick stars, of course, as Ferris Bueller, and the movie starts a month before Ferris's high school graduation. Ferris ends up at a museum, a baseball game, a fancy restaurant, you name it. One of the most hilarious moments was when his teacher realizes he's missing from class. Let's watch this clip.
Anderson.
Here.
Bueller. Bueller. Bueller.
He's sick. My best friend's sister's boyfriend's brother's girlfriend heard from this guy who knows this kid is going with the girl who saw Ferris pass out at 31 Flavors last night.
Now she can lie.
Pretty serious.
That's a good lie.
Thank you, Simone.
No problem whatsoever.
Fry.
Oh my God. Ben Stein's boring, monotone delivery gets me every time. And P.S. Find yourself a coworker that will be your alias next time you want to ditch work on a summer Friday. Everybody needs one of those. Now, Clueless is one of those timeless movies following a group of popular high school friends. If you didn't know, it's a modernization of Jane Austen's Emma, and it's got an amazing cast. Alicia Silverstone and Paul Rudd, and of course, the late, great Brittany Murphy. Just to name a few. Check out this scene where Cher, played by Silverstone, makes the case for not participating in PE class.
Earth to Cher! Come in, Cher! Oh my God.
Ms. Stoger, I would just like to say that physical education in this school is a disgrace. I mean, standing in
gym
line for
outfits.
40 minutes is hardly
Here for
aerobically
outfits.
effective. I doubt I've worked off the calories in a stick of carefree gum.
Come on, Cher. I feel like in this scene, Cher could have just said, as if, and been done with it. Clueless does take place throughout all 4 seasons, but real talk, those Beverly Hills vibes will have you feeling like you're on vacation. Another fun summer love story with lots of dancing. You guessed it, Dirty Dancing. Jennifer Grey and Patrick Swayze play Baby and Johnny, and the two fall in love after being paired as dance partners. Now, one of the most iconic movie lines ever came from the scene where Johnny proclaims his love for Baby before the movie's final epic dance performance. Let's watch.
Nobody puts Baby in a corner.
Tell him.
Sorry about the disruption, folks. But I always do the last dance of the season. But this year, somebody told me not to. So I'm gonna do my kind of dancing with a great partner.
Sit down.
He's not only a terrific dancer,
Dirty Dance.
somebody who's taught me that there are people willing to stand up for other people no matter what it costs them.
The best part's yet to come. I am declaring it now. Nobody puts Baby in the corner is one of the most iconic movie lines of all time. Try to tell me it's not. Alas, if only all of our summers could end with a sultry summer dance routine. And next up, one of my favorites, Poetic Justice. Janet Jackson, Regina King, and Tupac Shakur gave legendary performances in this film. They play friends who road trip to Oakland, California, and basically fall in love along the way. Poetic Justice is another one of those films that will definitely have you crying and laughing, but I love this scene where the friends crashed a random family barbecue. Let's take a look.
I don't think so.
My cousin. Look at my family over here. My cousins. What's up, cousin? How you doing, boy? Cousin. What's up, cousin? What's up? I ain't seen you and I don't know where. Yeah.
Janet Jackson knows how to give a good stank face, and sometimes all you gotta say is cousin. And you guys, I'm pleading the fifth on if I've ever crashed a barbecue for a burger. Please don't judge me. And last, but certainly not least, I doubt you've ever gone a summer without watching this one. The Parent Trap. The remake stars Lindsay Lohan and tells the story of twin sisters who meet and realize they are really sisters at summer camp. The moment they see each other and realize how much they look alike is priceless. Let's take a look. A new camp champ, come on.
They look alike.
Those freckles get me every time.
Why is everyone staring?
Do we have Kleenex handy?
See what?
Please? I
The
need them.
resemblance between
This part gets me every time.
Resemblance between you and me?
Oh my God, every time that movie gets me. You know, I watched this movie so many times as a kid, and you couldn't tell me Lindsay Lohan didn't have a twin sister in real life. It's definitely one to add to the rotation, y'all. Okay, we just gave you a taste of a few surefire summer flicks. Now I know we outside again, but with this summer heat, nothing beats a good old movie night. We hope you have a blast watching or rewatching some of our favorite picks.
So many great recommendations. Our thanks to Chris for bringing them to us and for giving us all a boost with your terrific reactions. We should mention you can download the Pop Viewers app from the App Store. That was our Pop Start Plus Nostalgic Summer Movie Special here on Today All Day. Thank you for tuning in. Hope you had as much fun as we did revisiting some of our favorite films from the past. It's been a pleasure to bring them to you. Have a great day.
My staff, they get the comments on social media. If you came to my town bringing that Black Lives Matter, I'm gonna shoot you dead, and so forth and all this stuff. And so we turn it over to the FBI and keep going. You kinda don't like the fact they know where you're at, but you know, everybody know where we're at.
Attorney Ben Crump joins us now. So good to see you again,
Morning.
my friend. Thanks for coming in. I mean, here's the thing. You're no stranger to the camera, but this is a revealing, raw look at the Ben Crump day-to-day that people do not see, the Ben Crump outside the courtroom. Why was it important to allow the cameras in and show this part of your life?
You know, Craig, as Kenya Barris, our executive producer, a brilliant brother, he said, Ben, it's about trying to inspire the next generation of civil rights lawyers, the next generation of social engineers, those young people to see that they can do it, they can join this fight. And so it was a very hard decision, vulnerable to let them see your inner workings of your life. My wife, my 9-year-old boss, my daughter,
So
Brooklyn.
that's what I wanted to ask you. You know, we have daughters around the same age, and when you do these kinds of stories, even for me as a journalist sometimes, it sinks in, right? And then you figure out, okay, well, how am I going to talk to my kids? For you, I can't even imagine. I mean, do you worry about it? Do you have conversations with her? How do you balance the dad part of it all?
You know, I do. My daughter she's one of these young, brilliant little girls, and she asks questions, and my mind boggles that she even knows about it. And she asked me after seeing the premiere at Tribeca on Sunday, her first time seeing it, she said, Daddy, they said you got a death threat. Why did you get a death threat? And I said, well, I'm fighting for equal rights of all people, black, brown, white, and sometimes people don't like that, but they're not right. And I'm not afraid.
You know, Ben, during the civil rights battle, there have been, attorneys, civil rights attorneys, who have come to meet the moment, and you are one of those people. But during the height of, George Floyd and all this, the Black Lives Matter, did you ever have doubts that you were going to be able to rise to the occasion, that you were the person for the moment?
You know, I am a student of history, Al. Thurgood Marshall is my personal hero, and what Thurgood would always say is, you have to meet the moment where it's at, remember the mission, what you're fighting for. And so people always ask me about the mental strain of so much tragedy and grief and death. And I say, we just have to stay focused on the mission. I have to keep myself focused on the mission because everybody's counting on me. And I know if I lose my focus and I'm not on the mission, then you see more hashtags. And what we're trying to prevent is the stopping of so many senseless killings. I mean, Breonna, Trayvon, Botham Jean, George Floyd, Ahmaud Arbery, all these young people being taken far too soon from this earth.
And this particular documentary follows you amid the murder trial of Derek Chauvin. What was going through your mind? Do you remember how you felt before the verdict and then afterwards?
I do. I remember thinking that history is not on our side. However, that video was the most watched documentary, I believe, in the history of the world of someone being tortured to death. How could they not acknowledge this evidence, this plethora of evidence? So I was confident that we were going to set a new precedent where police officers will be held accountable for killing marginalized people, especially black people, unjustly. And so I believe in my heart it's going to be a better world for our children.
I spent a lot of time with you there covering the trial. And I've known you for a number of years now, since the trial of George Zimmerman. And I remember you said in Minnesota that you thought that was going to be a watershed moment for this country. You thought that was going to be the impetus for a whole host of changes. Here we are 2 years later. Do you still feel that way? Do you feel that verdict really has led to major change in this country?
Well, Craig, again, I go back as a student of history. You know, when the Civil Rights Act passed in '64 and then the Voting Rights Act passed in '65, there was analysis done that in '66, nothing changed in the electorate. But 10 years later, the Voting Rights Act had a profound impact on the electorate in America. So I believe in my heart we have to always see the glass as half full, and that what President Joe Biden did, just signing the executive order on the 2-year anniversary, was a step in progress, incremental progress. It's not going to happen all overnight. We just have to keep every day saying we're fighting for the future of our children.
Ben Crump, always good to see you.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. And who's this?
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We are catching up with Emmy and Golden Globe nominated actor Anthony Anderson.
Right, for 8 seasons, he starred as TV husband and dad Dre Johnson on the hit show Blackish, which just aired its final season in April.
Anthony also recently reprised a role that he first took on back in 2008, playing Detective Kevin Bernard for the return of NBC's original Law and Order series. I would contend the best of the series, but now, just in time for the celebration of Juneteenth, Mr. Anderson is out with a fantastic new docu-style film. It's from Ancestry. It's called A Dream Delivered, The Lost Letters of Hawkins Wilson, and it unites the descendants of a man born into slavery.
Meet your family. Hi, how are you? I'm Linda.
Hi, Linda. I'm Kelly.
Kelly, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Hello. Are you guys huggers at all?
Yes.
And so are we.
Okay.
And we're good.
And they hug. Anthony Anderson, good morning to you, sir.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone.
I mean, so this is a reunion, literally, like more than a century in the making. And I understand that you had sort of this immediate connection to the project because you've spent some time trying to find some of the branches in your tree.
I did. Years ago, I started and found where I come from, a village in Cameroon. And I found it apropos because I'm an artist, and that's where a lot of the artists in Africa come from. And then, so I just wanted to continue to build on that family tree, and then partnering with Ancestry, I was able to find those leaves, you know, and it dates back to 1852. Wow. You know, my fourth great-grandfather, Owen Bede, you know, was a freedman, and worked on a plantation, you know, 70 hours a week from he had to be on the field at sunup and made 4 cents an hour. And he was one of the highest paid workers that they had. And, you know, just just finding, just going through the history, finding, my second grandmother, Nancy, who actually owned her own farm and was farming on her own farm in 1910, and they had this blended family. So it was a history lesson for me and my family.
So the descendants of Hawkins-Wilson has that letter. It's very special, and it means more than most people know beyond the family.
Yes. Hawkins-Wilson's letter, he was sold into slavery as collateral when he was 6 or 7 years old. We found out in the records, and torn away from his family. And 24 years later, he went to the Freedmen's Bureau to find his family as a free man. And, with grave detail, talked about his siblings, his mother, and all of that, and who they belonged to, which really resonated with me to hear this man talk about his siblings and who they belonged to as property. And unfortunately, his letter never made it to his family. But it made it to them a couple of hundred years later with Kelly and Marie, and they were able to find other family members as descendants of Hawkins-Wilson.
And speaking to the family, what intrigued you the most about what they thought of the letter and of everything?
Just a sense of a full circle moment, sense of completion. Here it is, a 6 or 7 year old boy being ripped away from his family, who remembered everything about his family 24 years later and trying to find them. And just the sense of what Kelly and Marie was going through, why they did certain things, why they were drawn to certain places. Passing through this small town, they would love to go to, passing by this church and going into worship in this church, not knowing that Hawkins-Wilson was a minister in that church.
Wow.
Not knowing that Marie, the mother, would go on to become a minister herself. So these ties that binded this family together for a couple of hundred years, it came full circle.
We should congratulate you while you're here. You're a college graduate now.
Yeah,
Howard University Bison.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
30 years after you were supposed to...
30 years after I was supposed to graduate back in 1992, I finally made it. I finally made it.
Of all the, I was going to say, of all the accomplishments that Anthony Anderson has.
It feels great. I was talking about full circle. Dr. Felicia Rashad, who's a friend of mine, Taraji Henson. Dr. Felicia Rashad is the Dean of the College of Fine Arts. Taraji Henson gave the commencement speech, and we were students together at Howard University. The assistant dean of the College of Fine Arts, Denise Saunders. We were classmates, and they all helped me matriculate through Howard University.
That's amazing.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well done.
You opened the door for so many people.
I love working with people. I did not do any of this by myself.
Hello! Lizzo, you put a smile on every single face.
It feels like Christmas or my birthday or something.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning.
Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning.
Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. Allie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We are catching up with an incredibly talented singer-songwriter. Jennifer Nettles rose to fame as one half of the Grammy-winning duo Sugarland.
Well, she's also graced the Broadway stage, starring in Chicago. Oh, look at these pictures. And Waitress.
Now Jennifer is part of the new series on PBS, American Anthems, which honors everyday heroes with their own songs. Her episode features a cancer survivor named Seth Grummett, who came up with an idea to help others while undergoing his own treatments.
I'd be done with my chemotherapy. I'd say, Margie, we have to go take this woman to get a second opinion in New York. She's like, when? I'm like, now. Right after, you know, like, she can't afford to do it, or her husband can't afford to take off work. We need to do it. And so I said, if I was gonna do this, we need to do it on a much bigger scale. I can't do it all myself, especially right now, even though I want to.
So you started this while you yourself were also
in treatment, sure.
It's incredible. And Jennifer is with us this morning. Good
Good
morning.
morning. Thank you for having me.
We love having you here. And the whole premise of this show, I mean, there are so many everyday heroes out there who deserve to have these songs sung about them. Why did you want to be a part of this touching project?
For a number of reasons. First of all, to celebrate these wonderful stories of these people, because just like you have said, like, you know, there's the old adage of not all heroes wear capes. Well, they might not, but they all deserve their own theme song.
I love that. I love that.
And as a writer, for me, I mean, obviously we love to tell stories. So to be able to celebrate these stories of these people out here who are doing so much good in the world, what a gift as a writer to be able to write these kinds of stories. So, yeah.
It was such a good conversation. I enjoyed watching you talk to him. And I kept watching you and watching him, and I kept thinking, ooh, I wonder how she's going to make a song out of this. What stood out to you about your conversation? What did you take from it?
You know, I mean, obviously, all of the people on American Anthems, all of these heroes, they have their own stories, and they are spectacular in their own right. But I think for Seth's story, you know, just the passion that he had, the openness, the spirit of giving, because he started this organization, Stomp the Monster, to offer support to people going through chemo while he himself was going through chemo. Okay, so I think to be able to see that and to be at what for many people is one of the lowest parts of their lives, if you have to go through that, to see someone giving back during that time, how, I mean, it's almost like using, as I say, gratitude as a shield.
Ooh.
You know what I'm saying? At that point, it's like, wow, just giving back to others when you yourself are already so taxed.
As I watched the episode, you were like a sponge in their house and listening to his children and his wife and listening to him when it came down to write the song. Give me a little bit of the taste of that process.
You know what? I mean, I would imagine it's similar in some ways to what you guys do in terms of journalism. You want to ask the right questions that gets the right information, but as a songwriter, you just use it differently, and you might ask different questions. What is the emotional core of this? What if I had to pick out the biggest nugget of who this man is? And when I say gratitude as a shield, again, not to be spoiler alert, I don't want to give it all away, but you know, the idea of he saw life as beautiful, and he wanted to give other people that same sentiment and that same opportunity to see it as beautiful, even though he was going through something so hard. So the idea of being grateful and seeing the beauty even in hard times.
Before we let you go, we know last year you were in Waitress, which I wish Al was here because he too was in Waitress.
Yes, I saw it 4 times.
But is it true you could be writing your own Broadway show?
I am writing my own.
Oh my
Broadway.
goodness!
Yes, which I'm super excited about. It's such a process, though.
I mean,
like it's years already, and will be a few more in the making. But it's such an absolute labor of love. I love the theater. And it's the story of a shero. You know, it's a lot of times we as women haven't had all of these our own stories told. So
I'm sure with great music too.
Just real quick, to hear her sing this song in full knock your
I
socks
hope everybody
off.
watches, because and the other artists who are on the show are amazing as well. You know,
I
it's
love
like
that.
Cam and Rustin Kelly and the Warren Treaty and
Real artists.
Yes,
Yeah.
well,
Good
Jennifer,
stuff.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Okay, you guys know Bowen Yang from his hilarious sketches on SNL. We could watch The Iceberg ahead a million times.
We watched, by the way, I think we did watch it on the
we
show
did.
at least 500,000. And you know, Matt Rogers' first breakout performance in Showtime's I Love That for You.
Oh my God, we love that show. show. Together, these two, by the way, who are best friends, create comedy gold. First grabbing the attention on their hit podcast, Las Culturistas, and now starring in a new movie. It's called Fire Island, a Pride and Prejudice-inspired rom-com. Take a look.
Don't you even think. Do not pass on this icon.
No, the defense is wrong.
No, the defense is wrong.
No, the defense is wrong.
And Joe Pesci, how do you know?
And she goes, I'm positive.
I'm positive.
Penelope Cruz.
Oh, my biological clock is ticking like this. And the way this case is going, I ain't never getting married.
The answer was
Marissa Tomei.
If you don't know
that, you're not invited to our party.
By the way, how cool is this? Y'all are best friends. You happen to have a hit show. I mean, is this like the perfect storm of life for you guys right now?
I can't believe it.
It's wild.
It's truly wild. I mean, we've known each other for like 12 years at this point.
Yeah, and we met at NYU. I was in the sketch group there. He was in the improv group there, and we were both the only gays in the group. So everyone was like, "Be friends, be friends," and we're like, "We're not just gonna be friends just because we're gay."
And then one day at a party, a Nicki Minaj song came on, and we both knew the lyrics.
Yeah,
and
every word.
Every word.
Can you still do it?
Yeah.
It was
Let's
called
go.
Roman's Revenge, and it's not really daytime friendly,
You
but we
can
could
do
give
it
it a
without the beat.
We can do it.
Yeah.
Here, ready? I'm not Jasmine, I'm Aladdin.
So far ahead, these bums is lagging. See me in that new thing, bums is lagging. I'm starting to feel like a dungeon dragon. Rah, like a dungeon dragon. I'm starting to feel like a dungeon dragon, etc. And then it gets kind of like unsafe
It gets a little unsavory.
all the people out there.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
It gets very Nicky.
Were you guys never competitive? I mean, since you're in the same field and you...
Oh, I mean...
Is this about to get deep and real?
About to get deep?
Trying to get deep and real, Hoda?
Should we say?
What you got?
Should we say? Okay, so Matt and I actually auditioned the same time for SNL.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it was a really crazy moment when I got the job and I was like, my best friend did it. But then now, look, we like diverged in our paths.
Yeah.
And
He's
now?
doing so well. And then we got to like link up again for this movie.
It's really, it was formative for us, like to go through that. We've been through a lot.
Yeah.
And I think that that's something with really close friendship that you also see in the movie too. Like there's ups and downs between like this chosen family of people, and you know, the love for each other just really sees it through, especially with queer friendships. We have our chosen families, and it means so much to have that.
You know, I love that you both are doing incredible things, and I wonder, as best friends, what does it feel like to watch each other thrive, to watch each other grow and evolve?
I feel like best friendships are about like wanting everything for the other person, and it's just, it's crazy. I get to watch my best friend like rock it down on a TV show and like be a scene stealer and just like give such a layered performance. It's so cool.
I mean, like, it's one thing to watch Bowen's success and watch everyone fall in love with him. Like, the way, when I remember the first time I ever saw him perform, I said, I know that's a star.
Oh,
and I definitely did. I saw him, like, do an improv scene, and he just came out, and, like, his energy, it was really unreal. And I said, oh, if I had like a good feeling about him as a person, now even as a talent, like just, I mean, everyone knows, like you see him on screen and it's like, I need to know more. And I just, but beyond that, it's like, as talented as he is, like it's the friendship for me that is the most important.
It's too early to get this emotional.
I know, and you're catching us in an emotional week, ladies.
Emotional week.
Can you just talk a little bit about Fire Island? Because people don't, first of all, if you're living around the country, you're like, what? Where's Fire Island? What is it? Give me a quick little synopsis.
Fire Island is a barrier island off the coast of Long Island. It's a wonderful vacation destination. It's been close to a century like a refuge for a lot of queer people. And the movie takes place there, and it's a modern retelling of Pride and Prejudice, written by and starring our very good friend Joel Booster, one of our other best friends.
Yeah, truly, the three of us are pretty much best friends, and just being able to do this together, and you know, the stand-in for the Bennett family is this chosen family, and we go through. It's a really faithful adaptation, actually. So I think you would love it if you love Pride.
You're an
Austin head. You're gonna love it.
And by the way, AP English Austin Head yourself?
Yeah, so I actually wrote my AP Lit essay about how the character that I play is called Luke, and he's like the stand-in for Lydia, about how that character relates to the main character Elizabeth Bennet, who's Noah, played by Joel Kim in the film. And I happened to get a 5 on that one.
You got a 5.
All right, you guys, don't go anywhere, kids. We got a little game. It's called Beach Vacation. We're gonna play.
Oh, here we go. I love it.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
potential choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning.
Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We are back with Bo and Yang, Matt Rogers. They star in the new movie. It's called Fire Island.
Okay, and we want to take all of your takes on that Fire Island beach vacation fund. So we're going to play a little game called
Fire or Ice. We're going to toss out some items you might encounter on a Fire Island beach trip, or if you're not into it, you can show us your fire paddle, or I'll show us your ice paddle.
Great.
And by the way, Fire Island, for anybody that's never been, we've already sort of talked about it, but like, it's just a beach where people can go wild.
We can go wild or go like chill.
Do y'all chill there?
We just mostly chill.
I mean, we were just there this weekend and we were so boring.
We watched the hours.
Yeah, we watched the hours.
You did not.
We really did.
Peak of it.
We were literally like burnt out from doing press, so we just put the hours on and we're like picking it apart.
Yeah, it's a real mood.
All right, so let's go fire or ice. So fire means
Okay.
you love it. Ice means not so much.
Great.
Day drinking.
I'm gonna say ice.
I'm gonna say fire, but also as you get older, this gets harder.
Yeah.
And you go to bed with a hangover.
That's true.
Yeah.
That.
So, but what's your day drinking drink?
Well, I'm from Long Island, so like it's sort of like a tailgate moment. Like I love like a beer during the day, but like I said, you get tired.
Yeah, you do. That means you're going to bed at 5 p.m.
Yes.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, nude beaches.
Okay.
I'm gonna say fire.
And I'm gonna say ice, because here's the thing about nude beaches: anyone can go. It's not gonna be all sexy every time.
That's the beauty of it, is that it's not sexy.
You don't need to see everyone's things.
But that makes it liberating. I don't know.
Have y'all ever gone?
I've never gone.
No.
Okay.
I get a little shy,
But
you can
I
tell.
celebrate them as a concept.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Dinner parties. Fire
I'm gonna say
ice.
ice.
I'm gonna say fire.
Wow, y'all! I thought
why
y'all
you
were
get
best
along.
friends.
That's
We
how we
are
get
Song of
along.
Ice and Fire. The
We
Game of
are,
Thrones
yeah.
reboot stars us,
It's
right?
us. Yeah.
But I like anything that can sort of create like a Real Housewives type conflict.
Yeah, sure.
What about you?
Well, for me, on Fire Island, because it's like so casual, people will just like latch on to your dinner party, and now you have to cook dinner for like 12
Wait,
people.
what do you mean people latch on? They
Like-
just
like-
wander in?
They're just like, oh, like the invitation is so casual. Like you think you're cooking dinner for 6, but then like more people come
they
in.
bring their
Yeah,
friends.
and then they come for dinner, and then like they're suddenly gone, and you're like, oh, I thought we were hanging out, or were you just taking our food, babe?
And then also, who's doing the dishes?
Yes.
You too.
It's us.
Okay, reading on the beach.
Reading?
What?
Y'all are total opposite.
Actually, no. I'm gonna flip mine, because you know what? This is the thing that gets in the way when you read on the beach. You're lying down, and your book has to cover the side.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Angles wise, it's a nightmare. And also, I'm a socializer. I want to hang out with the girls.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Do you want us to come with you?
Yes!
We want to come. We want to come.
Yes,
You-
of course
by the
we
way,
can.
we
You
want
would
to
be.
do.
You would kill the Pines.
We have started something
You
called
really would.
Feral Girl Summer.
Feral Girl Summer.
Yeah, are y'all in?
Oh, but yeah, the cats there are sick. Yeah, they'll bite you, and you'll
Don't pet the deers either, Mama. You want Lyme disease?
Yeah, you'll get Lyme disease.
You're gonna get it.
Wait, you pet the deer?
No, don't.
Some people pet the deer. Some of these gay men are touching deer.
Some of these gay men out here will touch anything.
You can watch Fire Island. It's on Hulu right now.
Oh my gosh, y'all! Thank you so much.
Welcome to Today All Day.
All day?
Today, all day.
All day.
This is a long way of asking who's your favorite character you've ever played? A unicorn. The unicorn. You gotta have the unicorn.
What is she right there? That's why you're saying all these nice things?
Yeah, you gave me the look. Sorry to disturb your day. Everyone's mad at you, Willie.
Better make this fast. I don't want the wrath of Luna.
When I see you, I always think, I wonder what his quote would be.
Give us 6 minutes and we'll ask as many questions as we can.
Welcome to Cold Cuts.
Cold cut, cold cut.
My buddy Cal cooking with me.
Dads don't babysit. It's called parenting.
What was the first book you remember loving?
Heart Smart Today with simple exercises to strengthen your heart.
Make the most of your beach days.
It's all about the tracksuit now. How good do they look?
I now pronounce you husband and wife. Kiss the bride.
This morning, a story of people helping people.
You've received tons of letters from people who have been inspired.
Let's do the weather out. Okay. All you gotta do is say, it's cold, it's warm, it's raining, it's snowing. That's it.
Sponsored by Walmart.
Welcome to the Today All Day Kitchen. We're turning everyday leftovers into brand new dishes for the Today table.
With a little imagination and a few fresh ingredients,
We'll show you how to make amazing next day dishes.
I'm starting off your morning right with a hearty protein-packed quiche.
And I'll be whipping up the perfect lunch or anytime snack. Crispy rice cakes with the perfect savory toppings. And I'm making a velvety chocolate mousse with a surprising ingredient. Get ready.
Because we're clearing out the fridge
and leaving no leftover behind.
You can shop the ingredients featured here from our sponsor, Walmart, by scanning the QR code. Today earns a commission from purchases made through links on today.com.
Whenever I'm doing meal prep, I usually end up with a few leftover ingredients. Today, I'm using some leftover rotisserie chicken to make a quiche with spinach, feta, and sun-dried tomatoes. So, let's get started with our crust. I've got some store-bought pie crust right here, and I'm gonna lightly flour my surface. You don't need too much. All the hard work has been done for us. We're just gonna roll out our pie crust and be really gentle with it because it is pretty fragile. All right, I'm gonna sprinkle the pie crust with a little bit of flour, and we are going to roll this out. Just gently enlarge it so that way it'll fit comfortably inside of our pie pan. Okay, I've got this rolled out really nicely, so I'm gonna take my pie pan, I'm just gonna put it right on top of it, just like this. And just take your fingers and lightly go around the edges. I'm telling you, the first time I did this, I felt super accomplished because I'm like, I'm a baker now. I'm baking. Mama, look at me. And then you're gonna take these edges that are falling over. You're gonna just fold them up under here, so that way you kind of get an even crust. This is the Today All Day Kitchen, right? So we're gonna just make it a little bit fancier. So after I get done doing this, we're gonna add some texture and some form to this pie crust. And all you're gonna do, it's a trick I learned. You're gonna take your finger right up under here and crimp it down, press down, and pull it out. Down, and pull it out. All the way like this. And go all the way around the pie crust. I know, the first time I did this, I was like, yo, Kev, look at you. He's a baking machine. And keep going around the edges. All right, the last one here. All right, now look at this. It looked like it's from a bake shop, right? I know. I did it myself. And you could do it too. So, with our pie crust ready, it is camera ready. We're gonna let this rest in the fridge while I prep the rest of the ingredients. Next thing we're gonna prep is our spinach. All right, I'm going to set a stainless steel skillet on a medium-high heat. In goes a little bit of water. That's all we wanna see. Watch this, boom. In goes the spinach. It's like the Wizard of Oz. It's melting, it's melting. You shouldn't have to cook the spinach for more than 1 minute. And boom, this is just about right because I don't want it to be completely mushy. I'm gonna take it out. All right, spinach is cooked. Move on to the other star, the sun-dried tomatoes. All right, we're gonna stack our tomatoes together. Just take a knife. And we're just gonna dice them. Look at all this goodness. And they're very fragrant too. Now, moving on to my leftover rotisserie chicken, we're gonna take the skin off of the chicken, Peel that back. I know some of y'all are just moaning right now like, what are you doing? It's all right. Don't worry. There's still a lot of flavor in this dish and you're not gonna miss it. Just going to make sure that there are no bones in here. And you can pull it apart with your hands first, especially if it's cold and left over. If it's warm from just purchasing it, then you may have to use some forks. But I just like to get in there and just use my hands. But of course you do what's most comfortable for you. And try not to do a little bit of this, which I am so guilty of. But you know, a little tasting along the way isn't a bad thing. What home cook doesn't nibble and taste along the way? That's how you know it's good. Let's move on with the recipe. Next part that we have to do, we've got to prep our eggs. So I'm gonna be using some whole eggs. If you are team lean and mean and you want a wonderful, delicious egg white quiche, can't wait to wake up to that on the weekend. I'm kidding, I eat egg white. But for this one, my leftovers deserve whole eggs. Extra protein, a little extra fat, a little extra love. That's all I'm saying. Add in a little bit of milk. Whisk this up, and we're gonna season it with a little bit of sea salt and pepper for the culture. Boom, salt, pepper. The internet will let you know if you cook unseasoned food right away. And I'm pretty sure our Today All Day kitchen fam is no different. There we go. Now, it is time to bring together our beautiful quiche. I'm gonna add in our chicken. Just spread it out. This is gonna be a really meaty, protein-packed quiche. And you wanna spread it out very well on the pie crust to make sure that every slice gets a little bit of that protein. There we go. Adding in some of our sun-dried tomatoes. Sprinkle those around as well. In goes the spinach. There we go. Our last bit of a protein boost and flavor boost. The feta, just kind of crumble it up. I bought this crumbled, but if you want to buy the entire block, just use a fork to crumble it up on a plate and then do it. There we go. Now, let's give this one more whisk and we're gonna pour in our egg. Watch the slow pour. Getting a little bit more, just some texture on top. Cracked pepper. Boom. Look at this beauty. It looks amazing before we've even baked it. This is what we want. We're gonna bake this beauty for about 45 minutes at 350 or until the center is set. I've let this cool for about 15 minutes. It's still really warm, so it's perfect. You can see when I move it, there's no movement there. Let's dig in. I'm gonna give myself a nice, generous portion of this. Oh my gosh, and look how creamy it is. Look at it. The heat has just made that feta just even creamier. I can't wait to dig in. Self-control and portion control is gonna be hard with this one, so don't write me and complain, Kev, I ate the whole thing. I understand. I guarantee you, your friends, your family will love this.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Whenever I order takeout, I usually have a ton of rice left over. You could always just reheat and eat what you've got, but I love making crispy rice cakes. So many different cultures have their own version of crispy rice, and now it is all over TikTok, so I cannot wait to show you mine. We are going to start with our rice, and I have 3 cups right here. So we're gonna add a couple other things to it to boost its flavor and also make sure that it all sticks together and doesn't fall apart when frying. So what we wanna do is we just wanna take some cornstarch right here, and we are going to add in a little bit of water, and then we're actually gonna add in some lemon. We're just going to whisk it on up into a slurry. It smells fabulous, super fragrant. We are going to pour it over the top of the rice. I'm also going to season it with some kosher salt, a nice little 3-finger pinch. And then we are just going to fold it all together. Here I have an 8x8 square baking dish, and I have lined it with some plastic wrap. So we're just going to take that rice, pop it directly into the pan, and with our fingers, which I find clean hands can honestly be the best tools in the kitchen, we are going to just press that rice down into the corners of the pan. Looking good. It is always so much fun to take leftovers and turn them into something new and awesome. I think that a lot of people don't realize the beauty of half of the work already being done for you. We're going to freeze it for at least 1 hour, up to 2 hours, and while that's freezing, I'm gonna get some of my toppings ready. I love topping my rice cakes with the perfect soft-boiled egg. So I'm gonna show you how to make the perfect one, my little tips and tricks to do it. First thing you wanna do, boil some water. I am going to take a spider, you could also take a slotted spoon, and delicately lower those eggs one by one into the boiling water. While those eggs are going, let's get to work on our lemony scallion yogurt sauce. Starting off, I have 2 cleaned scallions right here. What we're going to do is we're going to trim off the root of those scallions, and then we will slice them on an angle, also known as a bias, into really thin rounds. So we'll just take that, pop it directly into the sauce, and then we are going to take that lemon half that we have from earlier, squeeze all that juice right into the yogurt. And then we're gonna hit it with a little bit of salt to awaken its flavor. So we're gonna mix this up, and there you go. We have our yogurt sauce. And it almost looks like a looser version of scallion cream cheese. Our eggs are done. We are going to strain them and immediately transfer them into our ice bath. And what the ice bath is gonna do is it's going to shock the eggs and immediately stop them from continuing to cook. Another thing that I love about an ice bath is as that egg cools, what's going to happen is the white is going to slowly pull back from the shell, creating a really thin layer that will allow us to peel these eggs beautifully. Okay, our eggs have been chilling out and it is time to crack them. So what I'll do is I'll take the egg and I will tap it on a flat surface to break up that shell. And then here's my trusty sidekick. Say hello to the spoon. We wanna make sure that the spoon goes underneath that coating, and the spoon is going to do a gorgeous job of lifting that shell right up. Wow. How satisfying is that? I mean, come on, you guys, take a look at that. Absolutely perfect soft-boiled egg. Our rice is nice and frozen and it is time to fry them up. So we're going to start by adding avocado oil to our skillet. We are going to heat this up until it is shimmering. And while we're waiting for that to heat up, let's slice up our rice. We're going to take that overhang that we have and delicately lift the rice block out. Look at how great that looks. Pull it back. And then what I like to do to make sure that we have even squares is I like to slice off about 1/2 inch off of the sides of the rice. And you really want to make sure that you're using a sharp knife here. Fabulous. Take this, compost it, and then we are going to cut these into 9 even pieces, about 2 inches by 2 inches. We are going to crisp these up for about 5 minutes per side until we get a nice golden brown crust on the exterior. Set your timers. These are looking really good, and now it is time to flip. Ooh, gorgeous golden. We love to see that. These are looking beautiful. We're gonna transfer them to a wire rack lined baking sheet. And we wanna salt these rice cakes while they are still hot so that they can hold on to the salt that hits them. Okay, I'm going to fry up this next batch, and then it will be the moment we're all waiting for, topping the rice cakes and eating them. You can top these any way you like, but I'm gonna show you my favorite way to serve these crispy rice cakes. We'll start with our beautiful avocado. Whenever I'm picking an avocado, I always wanna make sure that when I press down, it has a little bit of give. Another great way to test is I'll look at the top of the avocado where the stem is. If you pull the stem out and you see that the inside is a nice bright green color, that is how you know the avocado is perfectly ripe. So we are going to take a sharp knife. We will insert it into the top of the avocado until you hit the pit, and then delicately roll the avocado around, slicing through to cut it in half. Look at that, absolutely gorgeous. As far as peeling the avocado is concerned, instead of scooping it out with a spoon, I love to peel the skin off with my fingers. And then we are going to take the avocado, and with the tip of our knife, we will slice into thin strips. I just really love how fancy it looks when you slice it. I think adding a nice punchy, bright element with a lemon wedge is an awesome way to just give a little extra oomph to your overall presentation. Next up, we have our eggs. This is a really fun trick that I love to use when I am serving these eggs on our crispy rice. You're gonna take your egg. If you want, you can dunk it in a little bit of water, or you could even just roll it in that residual lemon just to get it slightly wet. And then what you're going to do is you're gonna take that seasoning and you're going to roll the egg into the Everything Bagel seasoning. I'm a big fan of Everything Bagel seasoning, huge fan. And once this is nicely seasoned, you'll take your sharp knife and slice right through, revealing that perfect jammy yolk. Are you kidding me? I mean, how stunning is that? That is incredibly satisfying. So let's bring back one of our crispy rice pieces. This one has that avocado on it. And for this one, some of our pastrami smoked salmon. I love pastrami smoked salmon, so it's just your traditional smoked salmon, except it has pastrami spice on it. Now I'm gonna plate these up and make them even more gorgeous with our sauce. And what I like to do is just create a really beautiful swoosh on the bottom of the platter and just spread it into a really beautiful layer. Now it is time to adorn our platter with our crispy rice. So remember those green scallion tops that we saved earlier? We are going to take them and just sprinkle them over the tops just for a little extra jewelry and flavor. Okay, I can't contain myself. I have to try one of these. I'm gonna take a little lemon, squeeze it over the top. Let's give it a taste. Okay, first of all, do you hear that crunch? That is stunning. I just have to say that this is one reason why you should never toss out your leftover rice. I promise you, you can always put it to good use.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning.
Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
When I first went vegan, I thought I'd had to give up chocolate desserts for good, since so many dessert recipes include dairy or eggs. But now, my day isn't complete without something chocolatey and sweet. It didn't take long for me to discover the magic of aquafaba. What is that, you ask? Well, it's the leftover ingredient that's the key to my fluffy chocolate mousse. And it's actually found in a can of chickpeas. But before we get to that, let's start melting some chocolate. So I have my chocolate here over a double boiler, so let's turn on the heat. We want to set this to a slow simmer. And there's all different varieties of vegan chocolate. I'm using mini chips, but they also have chunks, they have big chips, and it also comes in whole bars. I like the mini chips because they melt quickly, they're easy to work with, and I just want to get my mousse done quickly, so why not go the easy route? Our water is at a slow, gentle simmer, so our chocolate is gonna start melting. You wanna make sure to continuously stir it so then that the heat can be distributed throughout the chocolate and it'll melt evenly. Okay, so once all the chips are melted, our next ingredient for our mousse base is some vegan sweetened condensed milk. This is made entirely from coconut. And it is so good, it's gonna add a nice creamy base and really thicken up that chocolate and kind of make it a ganache consistency. Now, you can flavor this however you'd like, but I like mine a little bit luxurious and indulgent, so we're gonna give this an amaretto flavor. So it's gonna be a bit of almond, a bit of vanilla. It's gonna taste like Italy. So to this, we're gonna add 1 ounce of amaretto liquor. Once the liquor is incorporated, we're gonna add in 2 flavorings. A splash of vanilla and a splash of almond. Almond extract smells so good, but a little goes a long way. It's very strong, so make sure to just add a tiny splash because otherwise it'll become too bitter and overwhelm the whole dish. And it should look like this, glossy and thick, almost like the consistency of a ganache. So this looks great, so I'm gonna remove it from the heat and let it cool completely. So while our chocolate cools, we can work on our secret ingredient, our aquafaba. So aquafaba may sound fancy, but all it is the water from a can of chickpeas. Instead of tossing this, which most people do, if you whip aquafaba up, it turns into a consistency almost of an egg white or like a meringue. You can use it in all different ways. The way I would think about aquafaba is the same as egg whites. So if you were to use egg whites in a dish or even whipped cream, you can substitute it with aquafaba. I recommend getting a can of low sodium or no salt added chickpeas. That way the water doesn't affect the flavor of what you're making. So what we want to do is, to our stand mixer fitted with the whip attachment, we want to make sure that our bowl is chilled. So right before I whip up my aquafaba, I like to keep my bowl in the fridge for at least 10 to 15 minutes so it gets ice cold. And the reason why we want to do that is because it'll then help us whip up the aquafaba so it turns into stiff peaks. If it's too warm, then it's not going to whip up and it's just going to fall flat. So lock in your mixer and we're going to set it to high. So I'm gonna stop the mixer because I wanna add a little bit of cream of tartar. This is gonna help stiffen up the peaks and get us that nice glossy stiff peak that we're looking for in a chocolate mousse. So let's go ahead and add that in and turn on mixer back on high. Let's give it another minute or two to get it real stiff, because the stiffer it is, the more delicate and airy our mousse is gonna be. Okay, our aquafaba is looking good. Yep, this is exactly what we want. A stiff peak, it doesn't fall. So now we want to fold our aquafaba into our melted chocolate that's been cooled. You start with a little bit and you gently fold it in. If I just sat here and stirred it, it would turn into a soup and it would not set into a mousse. So we want to make sure we're adding in as much air as possible. So I keep folding until I don't see any more streaks, and then I go in with some more dollops of aquafaba. Okay, this looks beautiful, so we're ready for our next dollop. This is looking great, it's all an even color. So now I just have to get into little jars so it can set in the fridge. So I'm gonna clear up my area so I can do that. So we're gonna pour this in here and set it in the fridge overnight.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves.
You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
So our mousse have set overnight and they look beautiful. You can see they're perfectly set. There's no liquid. You can see all of the beautiful air bubbles. It does not look vegan, let me tell you. I'm garnishing these with fresh cherries, but you can easily use a jarred cherry like an amarena, which will go really well with this. Okay, now I think it's fair to say that I have been waiting way too long to actually dig into this, so why don't we go for a taste? Can you believe this texture? This is made from chickpea water. No egg whites, no dairy, chickpea water. All right, you ready? Wow, it's so airy, yet so decadent. I hope this inspires you guys to cook low waste and zero waste recipes at home and try this mousse. But for now, I'm gonna keep enjoying and indulging.
I'm Shop Today editorial director Adriana Brock, and I know shopping trends. I seek out new and notable products so you don't have to in editors' picks.
I'm fashion and beauty expert Makon Jovu, and I'm bringing you industry insiders and those in the know to share all the buzzworthy products sweeping social media and influencer trends.
And I'm Shop All Day contributor Chassie Post. Each week, I'm here with the must-have fashion and beauty products at a price you'll like in Style Finder. This is Shop All Day, the great outdoors.
Hey everyone, I'm Adriana Brock, and we are back today with another episode of Shop All Day. Summer is heating up, and whether you're headed to hike, surf, or just lay on the beach, I've got everything you need to enjoy the great outdoors. From lanterns that are gonna take your trip from camping to glamping, to a car adapter that will keep the kids entertained for the entire road trip. I cannot wait to get started. And remember, see that QR code at the corner of your screen? You can use the camera on your smartphone to scan it for instant access to all the products on the show today. Or you can text SHOP to the number below to shop all the products we're sharing with you today. Okay, so no one likes mosquito bites or smelly repellent spray, so this first pick is a game changer for those days outside in the summer. According to the brand, they are DEET-free mosquito repellent patches. They are peel and stick patches that are made with plant-based ingredients like citronella and peppermint essential oils, and they're waterproof. The brand says they repel mosquitoes for 3 feet for up to 6 to 8 hours, so you can spend more time outside. The brand also says that they're pediatrician approved and safe enough for kids to use. All you have to do is peel one of these stickers, and you can put it on your shirt or even your bag to stay protected all day long. I am so excited for summer road trips, and if you are gonna have a car full just like mine, this little car gadget is gonna come in handy when everyone's electronics need a charge on the go. The car power inverter has 2 AC 110 volt outlets and 4 USB port chargers. And it's so compact and lightweight, so you can charge all of the family's essentials like laptops, tablets, and cell phones. All right, and whether you are camping or hitting the beach, this next one is a 2-in-1 gadget you're gonna love. It is a lantern and a phone charger that actually folds down flat and then pops up when you need to use it as a lantern. It has a small solar panel so you can recharge it in a pinch when you're out in the sun. But when it's blown up, it's so lightweight that even the kids can use it. And according to the brand, it's 100% waterproof. And in the dark, this is what it looks like. Okay, this next one you guys have to see to believe. It is an inflatable couch air lounger that provides portable lounging wherever your outdoor adventure takes you. Did I mention you don't even need a pump to blow it up? You guys have to see this. It only takes a few minutes, and all you have to do is take it out of this cool little carrying case that it comes with, unclip it, and then whisk it through the air to inflate it. The trick though is to trap air by closing the sleeve, opening little by little. So once it's blown up, according to the brand, it stays that way for up to 5 or 6 hours. Plus, it has a pillow-shaped headrest, so you get support from head to toe. And yes, I've tried it, and I actually think it's pretty comfortable. Another summer-friendly must-have is a pair of lightweight, waterproof sneakers. From cruises to beach trips, these are a versatile sneaker that you're gonna wanna wear if you're outdoors near some water. These are great because the brand says that these have an anti-slip outsole with a strong track adhesion, so when you're wet, they're comfortable and you can wear these as walking shoes as well. Because according to the brand, they dry pretty quickly. Okay, so this umbrella is one of those finds I didn't know I needed until I found it. It is called the Sportbrella, and it is a clamp-on shade canopy that provides shade wherever you need it. It has a unique heavy-duty universal clamp that you can use on square and tube-shaped surfaces. So what does that mean? You can clamp it on anything from a beach chair to a golf bag and even benches. It's also really unique because it has a 360-degree swivel, 2 button hinges, so you can get shade wherever you need it. And if that wasn't enough, this umbrella, according to the brand, it's made with a UPF 50 material that's gonna provide some serious sun protection. All right, and from fashion to backyard fun, I bet you've been wondering why there's a huge rainbow behind me. Well, this rainbow arc will make your home the place to be this summer. It's a large inflatable sprinkler that all the kids in the neighborhood are absolutely gonna love. And you don't need a huge yard to get in on the fun. It's about 4.5 feet tall and 5.5 feet wide, so it's perfect for the kids to have fun in the sun without the need to drive to the pool or the beach. Let's run through the products one more time. The Evolve Together mosquito repellent patches, the car power inverter, the Luminade solar lantern, the Weekapo inflatable lounger, the quick drying water shoes, the Sportbrella, and the H for Happy gigantic rainbow sprinkler. And just so you know, Today works with affiliate partners and earns a commission on purchases made through our links at today.com. And that is it for our editor's picks. Up next, Mako in Logu is talking to dermatologist Dr. Angela Lamb, who is sharing her favorite skincare products to protect your skin in the great outdoors. Plus, she'll spice up your outdoor adventures with some makeup products to keep you looking fresh all day long. Don't go away.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves.
You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi there. Welcome back. I'm Mako and this is Influencer Trends, where I'll be talking to industry insiders and they'll share their favorite products and the must-have items to shop for right now. And don't forget the QR code on the corner of your screen. Use the camera on your smartphone and scan it to shop these products. The warm weather is upon us, and people everywhere are looking to soak up some sun. Now, if you want to update your beauty routine for the warm weather, boy, do I have products that are just right for you. Whether you're planning a day trip or a road trip, most of us are looking to protect our skin while also looking for that grand adventure. So I brought in expert dermatologist Dr. Angela Lamb to share her favorite buzzworthy products for the great outdoors. Dr. Lamb, thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
All right, so when it comes to being outdoors, what are some top essentials for staying safe in the sun?
The main essentials for staying safe in the sun are sunscreen, 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 and sun avoidance. So you don't want to be in the sun between the hours of usually 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. They say if your shadow is actually shorter than you, that means the sun is really too high.
Oh.
Yeah. Also, if you are out, you want to wear some protective clothing. You want to do broad brim hats. You want to wear long sleeve clothing. Actually, a lot of clothing has SPF in it now. So those are really some of the mainstays to staying safe in the sun.
That's good to know. I'm going to spread that to my entire family. I did not know that. Now, we all go to the dentist and we go see our family doctor, but how often should we be going to see our dermatologist?
Most people should check in with their dermatologist yearly. Sometimes it depends on your risk factors. So if you have lighter skin, if you've spent more time in the sun, if you've had a lot of blistering sunburns, you might want to go every 6 to 9 months.
Oh.
But most folks, especially over about the age of 30, need to check in yearly.
Yearly. Okay, good to know. I'm going to add that to my calendar. All right, let's get into some of these picks. I'm so excited about everything you brought. Let's start with the first one. So this sunscreen, I'm fascinated the fact that it's like an oily substance. Tell me about it.
So what I love about this Melee sunscreen is that it's actually an oil base. It doesn't have mineral oil, but it's clear, it's sheer. You can put it on under makeup, and it really provides that great SPF. And as you apply it, you see how it has a sheen, but it creates good moisture without leaving any white cast. That's some of the biggest feedback I get from patients about sunscreen is they don't like that white chalky feel. And this, look at how great that just blends into your skin.
I mean,
you get the moisture, you get that glow without clogging your pores. That's what I love about it.
It's so beautiful. I love this sheen. I'm obsessed with that already. Now, can everybody use this? I know it's maybe for Black and brown people.
Melee is a brand that actually was formulated for melanin-rich skin, but I like people to know that this is great for any skin type.
All right, let's move on to the next product here. I love that this mineral sunscreen has no cast as well. What other benefits does this one have?
So what's great about this Bliss sunblock is that it is mineral-based. So the key with mineral-based, there's pretty much 2 different types of sunblock you can have. A chemical-based sunscreen or sunblock or a mineral-based one. This one is fully mineral-based, which is good for the coral reef, all of those types of things. Patients ask me about that a lot. They want to make sure that the sunblocks are good for the environment. But what's great about this one is the way they've processed it, like you said, no cast either. So if you try that one on, you're not going to have that white cast. It's good for all skin types. It also has an ingredient in it that actually absorbs oil and actually makes your pores look smaller. So that's like a 2-for-1.
That's a win-win situation. Now, there's a misconception. Can we talk about this elephant in the room that Black and brown folks don't have to wear sunscreen? We have to wear sunscreen if we're having those grand adventures outdoors, right?
Absolutely. You know, even though skin that's darker does have some built-in SPF protection, that doesn't mean that we don't need extra. So it's only about SPF 13 you get when you have darker skin. So this, for example, is SPF 30. You need that extra sunblock, and that's what's going to prevent us from looking old faster. So that's really the key.
Dr. Lamb, thank you for clearing that up. And by the way, you may have earned a commission on Bliss products on your site. Let's move on to this eyeshadow stick. I want to look fresh when I'm out there in the great outdoors. Tell me about this one.
All right, so what's nice about this, you put it on and in a little bit of time it sets and you can get in the water and you can be out there. Nobody wants to be in the sun or exercising or sweating and having their makeup running all over their face. So this one is great. It really has staying power. And like you said, people want to look glam when they're on the beach, out in the sun. And so this is really formulated exactly for those purposes.
But look at the color payoff as well.
I know, they have a broad range of colors. So you don't have to sacrifice beauty for convenience and safety, so that's important.
I love how small and portable it is. All right, let's move on to other makeup products as well. When it comes to applying makeup for the great outdoors, right, it's sometimes you wonder, is it light and breathable? Is this one light and breathable?
So this MAC foundation is light and breathable. I mean, a lot of people know MAC for their staying power, their ability to hold up under lights, camera, action. But this one also holds up in the water, which is really fantastic. And it is breathable, is light, and again, also you're not going to find it all over your shirt because it sets as well.
Look at how it is just melting into my skin. Absolutely love this one. So Dr. Lamb, I have a confession. I've actually never used self-tanner before. How does this work?
All right, so the way self-tanner works is you apply it, there's a chemical compound in there, and if you apply it day after day, particularly this one, which gives you that gradual glow, so after about 5 to 7 days, you're gonna get some increased pigment, a nice glow. As a dermatologist, we always say the only safe tan is from a bottle, okay? So that's the only kind of tan I ever want anybody of any skin type to get. But yes, this is gradual, so you're not gonna have those streaks that you sometimes can get with some sunless tanners, and it'll just give you that nice, ready to be out in the sun, but again, safely tan.
I love this, and I love how also that anyone can use this, right? Because I just put it on my hands, and I love how it just blends right in seamlessly too.
That's the key for so many of these products. We don't want to have you do a lot of work. We want it to be as seamless and have you able to enjoy the sun in the summer.
I can't wait for that. All right, so sunburn is one of just the most annoying things ever, right, that you can experience. How does this product here from Clarins help to soothe the skin?
Yes, so first, I mean, for me, a dermatologist, that's like sacrilege. I never want to have somebody come in and say that they got a burn. But if you did, ideally you will have used some of these first two products to avoid that. But if you do, you want something that's going to be soothing, cooling. This product has a lot of aloe in it, so aloe has a very high water content, which is going to be soothing for you. And one little trick I say is to put that in the refrigerator before you apply it. So when it's actually physically cool, that helps as well.
Okay, so do you use this before you get the sunburn, or you use it after?
No, technically you're supposed to use it after. It's actually called after sun. But again, hopefully you've done the right things. You've applied your sunblock. You want to always apply it about 20 minutes before you go outside. You've worn your hat. You've avoided the sun.
It smells great as well. Dr. Lamb, I love all your selections. I am ready to get out there and just be out there on my great adventure. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
Oh yeah, our pleasure. Now let's run through all the products one more time. We have the Mele No Shade Sunscreen Oil, the Bliss Black Star Sunscreen, the Cargo Cosmetics Swimmables Cream Eyeshadow Stick, the MAC Studio Radiance Face and Body Radiant Sheer Foundation, the Jergens Natural Glow Self-Tan and Moisturizer, and the Clarins SOS Sunburn Soother Mask. And just so you know, Today works with affiliate partners and earns a commission on purchases made through our links at today.com. Up next, you'll never believe what's in style this summer. Chassis Post is here with the hottest trends for the great outdoors, like the chic fanny pack that's making a comeback. Don't go away.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves.
They're pushing the gates open.
Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Hey everyone, welcome back. I'm Shop All Day contributor Chassie Post, and today we've been talking about hitting the roads or trails and taking in the great outdoors. And I can't wait to show you the trends that will have you looking your best while enjoying some fun in the sun. And remember, see that QR code in the corner of your screen. You can use the camera on your smartphone to scan it for instant access to the products on the show today. So let's get to it. So let's start off with the cutest matching jacket and short set from Old Navy that is the definition of sporty chic. I love it when brands take functional, high-tech performance wear and make it fashion. So let's first talk about the jacket. It's an easy, lightweight, half-zip pullover with a drawstring hood. And check out the color blocking. Such a big trend. I am obsessed with these fun, punchy oranges. So cute. And if you're more of a monochromatic gal, it also comes in a solid black. But also, I am a huge fan of this silhouette. It is so easy to wear. I mean, slightly oversized with that on-trend crop that hits right at the waist, which I think makes it look really flattering. And it even has a drawstring hem. And this fabric, it's fabulous. It's called Stretch Tech, and just like the name suggests, it's got a great stretch to it. And the brand says that it's also breathable with quick drying powers and UV sun protection built right in. But that's just the jacket. Let's complete the set with the shorts. I mean, they're made out of the same Stretch Tech fabric, but they have an additional feature. Old Navy says that they're also water repellent. And the cut of these shorts is so flattering. They're high-waisted, and they've got a really nice, generous, wide leg opening. And both of those features combined make your legs look really great and elongated. These shorts also have room for all your stuff, loads of pocket, and there's even one hidden stash zip pocket that you can hold your phone. And if you're not a matching set fan, no worries. These two pieces also work great as separates to mix and match with the rest of your closet and come in tons of summer colors in sizes ranging from extra small to 4X. So we're gonna look great out there this summer. Workout or weekend, we've got you covered with this sporty set. Next, one of my absolute favorite sporty must-haves and one of the summer's biggest trends, the exercise dress. And just like the yoga pant, you don't actually have to be exercising to wear it. So whether you're running around town doing errands, heading to the gym, or hitting the tennis court or golf course, the exercise dress is going to keep you looking and feeling cool. I've actually got 3 of these very same dresses, and they make a really great warm weather uniform. And I'm not alone. We've seen it all over social media. And once you try one, you'll see what everybody's so excited about. I mean, first of all, it's got the best of 2 worlds. You've got this easy A-line dress, which is inspired by tennis core / all things tennis style, which is a huge trend right now, combined with the practicality and relative modesty of a skirt. See right under the skirt? You've got biking shorts with 2 pockets. It's almost like shapewear. And this one's from Amazon and is a really great example of the trend. So next, we've got 2 versatile pairs of performance pants that you are going to love for all of your outdoor activities this summer. So first up, meet the Climatrail Zip-Off Pant. Now this pant is by Eddie Bauer, and it's genius and perfect for those days where it starts out cool and gets warmer as the day goes on. And here's how they work. They start out as a full-length pant, and then as the temps rise, you can just zip off the bottoms, and you got a pair of shorts. And how cool is that? And check out this fabric. The brand says it's made out of a 4-way stretch that's also water repellent and has UPF 50+ sun protection. And did we mention that they were also flattering? We give a thumbs up to the mid-rise silhouette. We've also got another equally versatile outdoor pant from Amazon that is a #1 bestseller. These easy-to-wear joggers are also made out of a performance fabric that the brand says is lightweight, quick-dry, and water-resistant. And shoppers rave about how comfortable these pants are. According to the brand, the fabric has 8% spandex, and it's got an easy elastic waistband with a little drawstring so you can adjust the fit. And check out all these pockets. You've got 2 side zip, 2 cargo, and 1 back zip pocket. So no wonder they're so popular. And yes, these pants are perfect for outdoor adventures, hiking, working out, walking, you name it. But they also make excellent travel and lounge pants. Now, if you've been looking for an easy and stylish way to protect yourself from the sun-strong UV rays this summer, then you're going to love these multitasking swim tees from Land's End. They're designed to just wear over your swimsuit top. And according to Land's End, they're made out of a moisture-wicking stretch fabric that keeps you dry, uncomfortable on land. The brand says, besides providing more coverage from the sun than a typical bathing suit, that they also offer UPF 50 protection, which really comes in handy if you spend a lot of time at the pool or the beach. Plus, I am loving their surfer chic vibe. I mean, look at these stripes here. That's where rash guards actually got their start, protecting surfers from rough boards. And now they've gone mainstream, protecting us all from the sun. And I'm really into the classic crew neck style. And you can choose from either short sleeves or long sleeves. And they come in so many vibrant colors and patterns. And the best part, they're not just for swimming. They also work as a colorful cover-up. Moving on to New England chic, meet the Marley Lily monogrammed Nantucket cover-up. And she is cute. We all need a great cover-up, and we could not be more obsessed with this one. Yes, we love the loose-fitting, flattering V-neck silhouette, the easy butterfly sleeves, and the classic seersucker print fabric. But let's be honest, this cover-up had us at the word monogram. See right here on the hem? You can choose from several monogram styles and 3 pretty colorways. The blue seersucker, we've got the pink seersucker, and we've also got a mint seersucker. Plus, talk about beach to brunch and beyond. You can throw on this fabulous cover-up over your suit, add a pair of gold hoop sandals, and you are ready for dinner. Just like that. And if you really want to do it up, they even make a matching monogram straw hat in my favorite surfer style. Talk about fun in the sun. Next, don't get me started on my love of fanny packs / belt bags, or in this case, the bum bag, because I really, really love them. And there's a reason that this 90s style is back in such a big way. They're just so incredibly useful. Now, this is the Moonbeam bum bag, and I am a huge fan of anything that allows me to go hands-free. And I have to tell you guys, I wear my fanny pack every single day. And in my humble opinion, this sporty style is the ultimate in hands-free utilitarian style. Now, we found these adorable takes at Madewell. They're designed by a Los Angeles-based brand called Lola, known for their stylish carry-alls inspired by California beach life. Now, they've got a classic half-moon shape, thus the name, and you can wear them around your waist, a la the classic bum bag, or you can wear them over your shoulder as a crossbody, and it's the perfect size for your on-the-go essentials. This new collection is designed from recycled nylon with cool details like a chunky zipper, and I love the bold candy colors. And of course, one of this bag's finest virtues is its versatility. With that hands-free storage, this is the bag you want coming along for the ride, whether you're headed on an outdoor adventure, to a fun barbecue, or to the grocery store. And last but not least, put your hands together for one of my favorite summer innovations, the ponytail hat. This hat just might be my favorite summer accessory ever. It's genius and hysterical, and I've seen the ponytail baseball hat before, but never the ponytail sun hat. Thank goodness someone came along and designed a hat that doesn't make me choose between my beloved high pony and sun protection. And let's face it, getting your hair off your neck feels a whole lot cooler when it's scorching hot out there. This hat also has a lot of bells and whistles. It's got a good wide brim, 3.5 inches, breathable mesh sides, and both the hat and the chin strap are adjustable. Plus, the brand says that it's waterproof, quick drying, and even has a built-in sweatband. It's also packable, so you can fold it up and throw it in your bag and go. Plus, it comes in over 16 different colors. Yes, this is a hat that both you and your ponytail are gonna love. Okay, so let's run through these products one more time. We've got the Old Navy color block jacket and shorts, the Amazon sleeveless workout dress, the Eddie Bauer zip-off pants, the Libin cargo joggers. We've got the Lands' End rash guards, the Marley Lily monogrammed hat and cover-up, the Madewell Lola bum bag, and the ponytail sun hat. And that's a wrap on Style Finder and for our show. It's been fun showing you our favorites, so tune in for an all-new episode of Shop All Day.
This is the neighborhood.
Yes, it is. You've been here a long time, haven't you? Well, I moved actually to the Upper West Side in 1976.
Wow.
And
when you first came to town.
When I first came to town, but up this far, probably in the 90s, something like that. Yeah. I mean, I've lived all over the West Side, actually.
And this is one of your spots?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Thanks for doing this, Kevin. Good to see you.
Nice to see you, man.
Nice to be around the neighborhood with you.
Yeah.
Good spot. I hope you won't take this the wrong way, but I just finished watching the movie, and it's a little hard for me to be this close to you right now, having seen what I just saw.
Well, then I had the desired effect.
You did your job, my friend. Tell me about this movie when it came across your desk, they/them, and what you saw in it that you thought would be cool or exciting or a fun character to play.
Yeah, John Logan, who I've known for many, many years, and is a very, very excellent, successful writer of films and television as well as theater, said, I've got something for you. And John had created this screenplay that was very much following the format of an 70s or 80s slasher movie. It takes place in a summer camp. There's, axes and knives and a lot of blood. And I was in the original Friday the 13th. So I know, I know this world to a certain extent. I also am a very big fan of horror. But he had followed that format and brought in this very, very interesting idea of it taking place in a gay conversion camp. And John, looking at the fact that this was even a possibility in our country, that someone would think that you could try to change the way someone is. He looked at that as a horror, and it is a horror. And so a lot of the characters are LGBTQIA plus characters, the campers, for lack of a better word. And what John had written was a guy who is genuinely laying out these sort of logical points of view about how we are meant to essentially fit into some gender normative categories, and that if these campers are willing to, he can make their lives better. And we talked a lot about him saying this with as much sincerity as he possibly could muster. And that became kind of the basis of the character.
Well, you give us this week, and we might be able to help. And if not, just enjoy the sunshine and work on your tan.
How do you get into that place of something that's so contradictory? I assumed everything you believe and the way you think. Like, what's that headspace like for you to play someone like this?
Well, when I became an actor, the whole idea for me was to try to walk in somebody else's shoes. Whether good or bad is not to me so much the issue as it is, are they fascinating, complicated, and interesting men whose shoes I haven't walked in before. And when it comes to people who do terrible, terrible things to other people, the first word out of someone's mouth is, that guy's a monster. He's an absolute monster. To me, the frightening thing is not to make him a monster, but make him a human being. Regardless of anybody that I've played who does terrible things, I want people to feel like that's an actual human being. And to me, that ends up being scarier than,
The theme of the movie is summarized nicely at the end by one of the main characters about people just being who they are and not being able to be changed. What did you see at the center of this? Because we were talking a minute ago, this isn't just like an 80s slasher movie and everybody dies and that's it.
I think it's that we have to let people be who they are. And this idea that based on whatever it is that you're basing something on, your religion generally, or your politics, or your life experience, that you can take somebody who is essentially one thing and convert them to be something completely different is ridiculous. It's inhumane. But what I responded to was taking a genre and a kind of style of filmmaking that has the potential of drawing people in just because it's entertaining. That it is a very entertaining movie. It's like it's got moments of like kind of rah-rah, it's got heroic moments, it's got blood, it's got scares, you know what I mean? It's like, it's a pop kind of movie. And then you kind of add this piece of it that will hopefully make people think and question what I'm doing in that camp.
You do pick such interesting things, like here comes a horror movie that has this message at the center of it. Is it at this point for you like the people you get to work with, the people you trust?
I think it starts with the guy that I'm going to play. If I look at that guy and I say, is it different than the last person that I played? Yes. Do I have a little bit of a hook? Do I have an idea? Do I have an in terms of this man? Or am I really going to have to dig deep to figure it out? If I have a hook, it makes it a little bit easier. And then after I look at the character, then I'll go, well, who else is involved? Or is it a director who either I like and know, or is it someone whose work I've liked, or then it just kind of goes from there.
There are a lot of young actors in this movie, some really good ones too, right? So on a set like that, you're just a small group of you, you're at a camp somewhere near Atlanta.
That's right.
Are you do they come to you? I'm always curious about that. Someone who's so respected, are you sort of the wise man on set?
Yeah, it's funny because now I don't even think about myself in this way, but now I look around and I stop and I go, wait a second, I'm the oldest person, not even in the cast. Like, I'm the oldest person of the director, the crew, like everybody. And that is a weird position that it's in, because I just don't wake up and think of myself in that kind of way. I also don't really think of myself as, if I enter into a company of players, I'm not there to teach them how to act. I'm there to be part of the ensemble. To do my work and learn my stuff and come in and do my best. That being said, I think in this case some of them had more experience than others, and no one had as much experience as myself. And so John, he said to me, I need you to lead the charge in terms of what this set becomes. It's very important to me that, and especially in something like this, that a set is a positive working environment, a safe working environment. So if, to the extent that I can influence that, I do. In fact, he very specifically made the first speech that I say to the campers, the first scene that we shot. And they basically have to just stand there during my monologue, take after take, and watch me. And I think that he did that because he wanted to show that, I knew my lines, basically.
Yeah, right. This is how a pro does it, right?
Right. Yeah. Well, I might also add that, when you have 20 or younger people, there's a lot I can learn from them too.
Sure.
About their experience, about their lives. All of the casting was done with a very close eye to the fact that these actors have a related experience in their lives to the characters that they play. So, I got a lot to learn from them too. And, I think that the hope for all of us is that for a young person who is in some way feels other, feels disenfranchised, feels like an outsider, can look at the movie and say, okay, I can root for these guys, and that's me. That's my hope.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm gonna bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
When you were growing up in Philly, I was reading a bunch of interviews where you were basically saying, like, you love the idea of performing, you love being on stage, and the idea purely at that point anyway was, I want to be famous. Was that because your dad was sort of this legendary architect and city planner and his name was in the paper, and was that part of it that drove you to acting, do you think?
I think so, yeah. My mother was the one that sort of encouraged the artistic, creative side of all of us, all six of us. One of the first presents that I ever got from her was a box full of costumes. So right away, I was performing, taking on, other characters. But my father, he was very, very well known in Philadelphia, and there's a lot of stuff that was written about him, and I think that he looked at success in some ways as having success on a very public way, and so yeah, I wanted that.
So it was almost a competitive thing with Dad?
No, I definitely think so. I mean, I don't think that's an unusual thing for a man with his father. I wanted to definitely want to be more famous than him.
Was that the drive that sent you to New York City when you were 17 years old? What was the plan? I mean, I know you went to Circle in the Square. You get off the bus at Port Authority and say, "I'm here."
Yep, suitcase and a dream, 100%. Slept on my sister's couch. I had auditioned to get into the summer workshop at Circle in the Square, but decided to stay. At that point in my life, I had began to really focus on the craft, as much as the career, as much as the fame and recognition. It in a weird kind of way, it stayed in the back of my mind, but it had become less important than trying to be good, trying to be, whatever, a serious actor, for whatever that means.
Well, that's what's so interesting about it. You quickly get Animal House, then Friday the 13th, then Diner, and then of course Footloose. You wanted to be a stage actor. What was it like for you to sort of, as I say, be swept along and not overnight, but pretty quickly become a big star?
Yeah, it was, Well, I can tell you that it didn't feel quick. Footloose came out, I was about 24. Well, you know, when I got here, I was 17. So that seemed like a pretty long, to me, it seemed like a long road. And all those steps, while they ended up being iconic, things like Animal House and Friday the 13th and Diner, none of them felt like my life had changed. It wasn't until Footloose that I really felt like my life had changed. Yeah, it was terrifying. I think I was conflicted about it. You know, I think that it was never the work. Like, the work I was always good with. It was all the other stuff that was, I was resistant to, you know, that felt weird to me, you know, press, photo sessions, signing autographs, premieres. Of course, I loved it on one level because it was an acknowledgement that whatever I was doing was getting seen, but I had a real kind of like, sort of very conflicted feelings about it. You know, never moved to LA, for instance, you know, I've adjusted that way of thinking through the years, and I really understand our business, and I understand the importance of you know, like what we're doing and all the rest of it. But when I was young, I had a hard time with it.
Are you shocked by the endurance of Footloose? It's still right here in front of us, almost 40 years later.
I think that it was a great gift, you know, to be part of that movie, and I certainly took it very seriously when I was doing it, and I love that people will still come up and say that they just showed it to their kids. Actually, one thing that really sort of reignited the whole response to it, I think, was the fact that they did the Broadway show, and then after the Broadway show leaves its run, it then becomes available to be done in every single high school in America. And there's not that many plays, certainly musicals, where you can have a musical with a bunch of high school kids in it.
Right.
And so, I mean, everybody does Footloose.
It is amazing. I mean, it holds up. Not everything holds up, but it definitely does. Do you feel, Kevin, like that pushing Hollywood away that you just described, did that ever hurt you?
I think that I'm very happy with my career. I wouldn't change a single piece of it because you know, that's like that hindsight's 20/20 thing. I do think that after Footloose, there was quite a few years before JFK, Apollo 13, River Wild, you know, where I made some kind of bad choices that were not. I was neither embracing the movie star thing, nor was I really finding what I'm good at, which is being a character actor. Mm-hmm. And I think there was an element of self-sabotage that was going on at that point. You know, I just personally wasn't very happy, and it just was, you know, it was. But you know, in the greater scheme of a career, I look at that as like a blip on the radar. It's probably like, you know, 5 years or whatever, or something. But it also taught me, and I figured out another way in.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves.
You can actually see they're pushing the gates open.
Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. Mel, do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
I think part of this is probably meeting and marrying Kira somewhere in there, but how have you kept, given your level of fame, some normalcy in your life? You're both famous, but you seem to just kind of live your life around New York City.
I don't know. It's just a choice. I mean, is it a weird life? Yeah, sure. I mean, there's definitely things that are weird about it, but I feel like, you know, it's very easy if you achieve a certain level of stardom to live in a world that really you're not really in touch with reality. And if you only put yourself, you know, in a giant, you know, SUV or behind a big, you know, electrified wall, you know, I don't feel like I'm going to get a chance to be in touch with the people that I'm going to be asked to play. Right? You know, it's like I've played movie stars. I've played myself as kind of like a joke, and I kind of like that. But that's not normally the role that I'm going to get. You know, right. I'm going to get I don't know, whatever, regular person. You know. So I feel like in order to still be able to do that, I need to just not try to breathe too much rarefied air.
Do you think part of that is living in New York too? Because definitely. If you're in LA, you wake up behind your gate, you get in your darkened car, you go to where you're going. Here, you're contacting people all day.
Listen, New York, to me, people would have a hard time believing this. To me, New York is the most celebrity-friendly place you can be, except for Midtown. I mean, if you, but because wherever there are, and believe me, I love New York tourism. Don't get me wrong. Right. Bring on the tourists. But when you're in a tourist situation, that's a lot different than being in a neighborhood. It's just different. New Yorkers, people think this reputation that New Yorkers are, you know, somehow, I don't know, rude or something like that. To me, it's that they're busy. Yeah. You know, they got to do. You know what I mean? And so that the time that is wasted by, you know, stopping and, you know, asking for a picture and it's more like, hey Kev, how you doing?
Yes.
Your last movie, not too good. But, you know, keep up the good work, all right? You know, it's like that's mostly what, you know, that's mostly what you get.
So you mentioned 6 Degrees of Kevin Bacon. There's like this cult of personality around you that's out of your control completely.
It's out of my control, yeah.
They're like restaurants with your name on it that aren't even yours all over the world.
Right.
What do you make of that fascination with you and your career?
I don't know,
because
man.
you didn't love 6 Degrees of Kevin Bacon when it started.
Well, no, I didn't love it because maybe because I had an instinct that that's what it was, more of a cult of personality than an actual acknowledgement of any of the work that I've done.
Right.
I'm totally fine with it now, you know. But it was also, I felt like it was a joke at my expense, basically, that they were saying, can you believe that this lightweight could be, you know, connected to someone like, you know, Meryl Streep or Laura. Actually, I did a movie with Meryl Streep, so I was definitely connected. But I mean, Laurence Olivier or any of the great, you know, Daniel Day-Lewis, whatever, the great actors, because he's just, you know, it's just Kevin Bacon. Right?
Oh, see, I never took it that way. That's so interesting.
Right. Well, that's just, you know, that's the actor's insecurity.
Yeah.
Right?
I always thought it was look at the breadth of his career. Look at all the work he's done. Look at all the people he's been in movies with.
Yeah, I guess. You know, but. You know, I think that it's out of my control, as you said. Yeah. You know, I can't not have it, and all I can do is just, you know, try to do my best when they say action.
What does Kira think about that kind of stuff? Should she laugh at you?
She doesn't. You know, listen. This is what happens. Every night around 5 o'clock, we play a couple rounds of the game. I make her play it. Yeah. Guests. You know, if anyone comes over like to the house for the weekend, we're going to play at least 3 or 4 hours of the game. So they just know that that's the deal. Listen, you know.
Boy, you really have embraced it. forcing.
Can you imagine? Oh my God. Honey, we're going to play that game again.
It's time.
6 degrees of me.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
These are our missing daughters and sons.
We need anyone who saw something to come forward.
She was wearing a black jacket, a black top.
I'm going to bring my son home alive.
Dateline Missing in America. Listen now wherever you get your podcasts.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Got to ask you about City on a Hill. Boy, what a great show.
Thank you.
Season 3 coming up here in just a couple of weeks. How much fun is that character to play?
Oh, he's awesome. He's awesome. That's one of those guys where, again, as I was saying, you know, I read him, and right away, like, I saw him. I saw the way he looked. I saw the way he dressed. I saw, like, the movement. Heard his voice, and it's almost hard to describe, but it's like, you know, the guy so well, or you know how he feels inside your body so well that you could throw him into any situation.
Yeah.
And I could just be him. It's not like I have to, prep myself into the thing. I sit down in the chair. They do the thing, the hair, and I put on those suits and those shoes, and like I can just feel him. And I love the character.
He's so great. Mustache, too, is on point.
Yeah.
For somebody who grew up in Hollywood where TV was not something you did, and you're, again, not alone in that, you've clearly embraced it now. And I imagine part of that is the story doesn't end after you're done with the movie, right?
Yeah.
Maybe there's season 4 and a 5, and you get to keep changing and developing and growing the character.
Totally, yeah. It's really tough to explore multiple aspects of one person's existence in a 2-hour movie. If I take a character like Jackie, it's like, well, here he is, but now let's see what would happen to him if he gets sick. Let's see what would happen to him if his daughter was having problems. You can only maybe pick 1 or 2 of those in the course of a film. So it's really great. And I learned it a lot from Kira, because when she got onto the closer, I had never done television. I had a very, very strict rule about not doing it, because that's how I was sort of brought up, as an actor, was that I was a theater and movie actor, but definitely not a television actor. And I saw Kira's experience of, continuing to, over 7 years, find new things and new stuff to say about this woman, and she loved it, and it was that, along with the fact that, you're looking at The Wire, 6 Feet Under, and Sopranos, and you're going, I want to do that. That's good stuff,
So if I asked you which project someone out on the street in New York yells at you the most about in your incredible career, which one is it?
Yeah, I think probably Footloose, although when I go out to the heartland, it's Tremors.
Oh, right. Yeah.
So it depends a little bit on the demo.
That was a hit.
Yeah. Well, Tremors was interesting because it was not a hit at the box office, but when it was released on video, it became a real monster video title, and continued to be. And then they made a bunch of sequels. So for a lot of people, you know, that aren't coastal elites, it was a very, very popular movie.
I also love that you say every once in a while somebody puts a picture in front of you dying in Friday the 13th.
Yeah.
So sign that for me.
Well, first off, the whole idea of autographs was pretty much gone, except for people who actually collect them, and I don't know what they're going to do. And I think that what they do is they wait for you to die. I think they're hoping that you're going to die. I think the older I get, the more people want autographs. That's what I've noticed. But yeah, this one picture is me like this, and my neck, my throat is cut. There's blood just pouring out of my mouth and everything, and I'm dead. So it's like it's just a weird thing to sign. Best wishes, you know. Yeah.
It's weird being famous, huh?
You know, but it's mostly good.
Yeah.
It really is.
This has been so much fun. Thanks so much, Kevin. Congrats on the movie.
Thank you so much.
It's great.
Appreciate
Thank you.
it. Thanks.
Hi there, all of you watching Today All Day. We've got a great Pop Star Plus coming up for you. Coming up, the hilarious and super talented Amber Ruffin joins our What I Watch series, sharing the show that perfectly depicts her childhood. Plus, on the way in our My Pet Tale, our friend Judy Greer tells us about her great love for her dog. And then later, we're diving into some beloved shows, Sabrina the Teenage Witch and Gilmore Girls, so fans get ready. All of that is just ahead, but first, let's see what we have up on Pop Star Plus. Amber Ruffin joined us for our What I Watch series. The comedian and actor who hosts her own talk show, The Amber Ruffin Show, it's very funny, was kind enough to tell us all about the long list of shows that she cannot stop watching.
What I watch when I can't fall asleep is not a good question for me. I can always fall asleep. TV cannot help me. I'm great at sleeping. If America was in the Olympics for sleeping, I would represent our country and I would bring home the gold. I'm good at sleeping. What I watch when it's late at night, I like to watch every late night show. Every late night show there's ever been, I love to watch it. I love to watch the old late night shows. I love to watch it now. Only because when I was watching it, I never thought I would have a late night show. But when you have one and you watch it, it's different.
That was great. You know what else is great? Finally making this show for you all.
When I was preparing for this season of The Amber Ruffin Show, I watched, I watched some Carol Burnett. I did. I watched some Dick Cavett. I watched some of those old, variety shows. And it was very clear how little you needed. It was people goofing around. And I was like, oh, what a relief. Like those cool things we remember. We're just people goofing around. And that's a torch I'm willing to carry to this day. What do I watch? I like to, when it's late, I do like to catch up. So when I'm catching up on my favorite shows. And my favorite shows are Queens. I watched every last episode in real time. And I can't just be allotting time from 8 to 9 at night. I still have work to do. And then Abbott Elementary.
Hey, yo! What it do, baby boobs? What y'all think about this little film crew I brought in here?
Distracting, makes our jobs harder.
But exciting. We about to be on TV.
Because they are covering underfunded, poorly managed public schools in America.
No press is bad press, Barb. Look at Mel Gibson. Still thriving.
Abbott Elementary is great. It is just very character-driven. But I do think that Abbott Elementary found some very fun characters and leaned into them. And even though they're big characters, you haven't seen them before. They found a new take on, the bully and a new take on the nerd. It's all so fresh. It's great. And Quinta is the best. What I watch when I need comfort food is the same thing everyone watches when they need comfort food. And that's Ted Lasso. It's the most comforting show on planet Earth. It's just as good as everybody says. But the people who love Ted Lasso might not know that they also love Joe Pera's show, Joe Pera Talks With You. It is this very gentle comedian, and he just is living in, I think, Wisconsin. And being his gentle self and, whittling wood and stuff. And along those same lines, John Wilson, How To with John Wilson, is also a very comforting show where, not a lot happens, but it stays interesting, and then afterwards you feel a little happier. Those are the 3 shows. What I watched that might surprise people is, it shouldn't, but it always does, is Grey's Anatomy. Man, I've been watching Grey's Anatomy since the very beginning. It probably started, I don't know, at this point, 12, 18 years ago. It's a million years old. What I watch that reminds me of my childhood, I don't have an answer to this question. But what I don't watch that reminds me of my childhood is Pen 15. Pen 15 is that show about those 2 very nerdy nerds going through high school or junior high, but it was so exactly what it was like to be made fun of in school that it was, and I was made fun of like no one's business. I just couldn't watch it.
There were these boys in our grade who were not kind to...
Look, I need you to beat them up, Judy. Like, it just needs to happen.
Why should I?
See, like I told you, he wouldn't care. This is literally like the worst day of my life, and he'll probably call me you just too.
I tried. I tried, and it was hilarious, but it just felt... It was too soon. It was too soon. It's too terrible. Too accurate a depiction. Could not watch it. Never will. Great show. I'll never see it. What I watch that I'm obsessed with right now. The Eyes of Tammy Faye. That was so good. I mean, also, I remember each one of those moments. But it was great. And then I kept forgetting that it was Jessica Chastain. She did such a good job. And Andrew Garfield. I was like, how are they doing this? It was a great movie. The Eyes of Tammy Faye. When I want to laugh, I guess I watch Saturday Night Live. A huge Saturday Night Live guy. Times a million. I love it. I've always loved it. And I'm not one of those freaking turds who's like, it used to be. SNL is good today. It was good yesterday. It was good when I was 8. It'll be good in 8 more years. It'll always be good. SNL is always good.
Oh, I love Amber. So interesting, too, to hear about the late night shows that Amber loved before landing her own. All right, thanks to Amber for swinging by and hanging with us. We appreciate it. Coming up next, Judy Greer opens up about her dog, Mary, and how Mary's changed her life.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
it. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
And welcome back to Popstar Plus. In our My Pet Tale series, we ask folks, of course, about their pets and how the pets that they've had have shaped their lives. Well, Judy Greer has a beloved dog named Mary, and we even learned just how much Mary helps Judy when she feels homesick.
My little furry creature, her name is Mary Richards, named after the title, Mary Tyler Moore's character from the Mary Tyler Moore Show. I'm too young to remember it being on television, but I watched it, I guess I saw it, you know, probably on like TV Land or one of the cable channels in some hotel room when I was on location working and feeling homesick, and it made me so happy. And I ordered all seasons on DVD, and I used to travel with them so that I could watch them on my laptop when I was traveling for work because it was so comforting to me. I also really responded to the Mary Richards character because it was pretty groundbreaking when you think about it. I mean, this was a woman who broke up with her fiance, moved to the big city, Minneapolis, Minnesota, in order to pursue a career in broadcasting, which again, at the time was very unheard of. Well, I had the most incredible male dog. His name was Buckley, and I had him for years, and he was my love and my roommate and my best friend. And, you know, like all animals, unfortunately, he had to go live on the Forever farm with his mom. And about a year went by after Buckley left us, and my vet, Dr. Werber, who I loved, called me one day and was like, hey, I think it's time. And I was like, it's not time. And he said, I work with a rescue. They need a foster over Thanksgiving for this little dog. Would you just foster her? And so that's when I picked up Mary, and she basically curled up in a ball and just like, I carried her around in a tote bag for 2 weeks. And then it was the day before the adoption where I was supposed to take her, and then all the people come, and like, I just lost my mind. And I called my husband, and I'm like, I can't get rid of her. And he's like, oh my gosh, I'm about to shoot a live show. Fine, we can keep her. Like, please don't bother me at work anymore. So my timing was really good. But there was really something so special about having this little creature with me that did, like, I think lower my blood pressure a lot. And I can't think of an exact moment in time when I knew she was staying with us, but it just felt like, oh, this is a good thing for me. I feel like I shouldn't have to tell people why it's so important to adopt instead of shop. I mean, there's just so many animals that need homes, and there's even now so many like breed specific rescues that if you're like, well, I have to have this kind of breed of dog, or I need, you know, hypoallergenic or whatever, like you can find that. There's just so many animals that like are needlessly euthanized, I mean, every day, that could easily be adopted into homes. And I think that, you know, fostering is such a great way to see how a pet's going to work in your family. I mean, you can find such great animals, and they're so happy to have a home and to not have to live in those cages. And Mary's like this tiny little cute, like teddy bear sort of fox raccoon looking dog, but she's really scary if she wants to be. So that took some getting used to and a lot of training, and she has chilled out a lot. She's really feeling self-confident. She's really feeling herself these days. I started traveling with her when I go on location to shoot things, and I brought her with me to New Orleans to shoot the thing about Pam, and she won over everyone on set. And in fact, Renee Zellweger's character, Pam Hupp, has a dog, and I can't tell you how many of my friends texted me after that first episode aired, and they were like, is Mary in the thing about Pam? It's like, no, there is only room for one actress in this family. But Mary was there, and she was like running around, and she was such a cutie. Sometimes when she's like a little judgmental and mean, I like to think that she's like my alter ego. My favorite thing with Mary, I love going on really long walks, and Mary really loves to go on long walks. We've walked 7 miles in one day together. I mean, she'll just walk and walk and walk. I think she would walk until she would drop. The thing about Mary that's funny, like the thing about Pam, I just realized I said that. But the thing about Mary that's funny is that she plays really hard to get, but she's so tiny and cute that people keep like, they just keep wanting more of her. They keep wanting her. If she lets you pet her once, then you just like want to keep petting her, but like the next day she might be like, I don't really, like, I'm not like feeling you today. She really does march to the beat of her own drummer, and she's not someone that can be pinned down, you know, like she might like you one day, but then she might not like you ever again. Every day is a new day with Mary. That's what I always tell people. Mary has made my life better in every single way. I used to get so homesick when I was on location, and now like when I have her with me, it's so much better. She's gives me a reason to get up in the morning, and like on a day off when sometimes I'm like, I miss my husband and I'm homesick. She like, I think genuinely brings a lot of joy to work. Like she runs all around hair and makeup when we're in the trailer, and she loves it, and everyone brings treats and gives them to her, and animals bring a lot of joy, and they definitely like calm people down, I think. And so Yeah, she's just made my life better in every single way. Minus the dog hair. But she's little and it's not that bad. But I do usually have a lint roller with me.
Thanks to Judy for sharing her great pet love. Coming up next, Melissa Joan Hart reminisces over Sabrina the Teenage Witch.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
And welcome back. Melissa Joan Hart was only 20 years old when she landed the role of Sabrina in the Sabrina the Teenage Witch show. And she sat down with us for our flashback series and shared what it was like to work on the 90s sitcom.
I guess I would describe Sabrina as sort of quintessential teen girl, doesn't want to draw too much attention to herself, but happens to wake up one morning with magical powers and has to deal.
Wait. Don't come in here again. From now on, you use the freak's bathroom.
I was 20 when I started it, and I actually created it. It was an Archie comic, and my mom found the Archie comic book on a playground, and she sold it to Viacom as a TV movie. And then my mom kept saying to Viacom, this would be a great series. And they were like, okay, we'll see. And she kept saying, no, it'll be a great series. I'm like, all right. And she was like, this would be a great series. And they cut it together. She cut it together into a trailer and gave it to the network. And they were like, oh, this is a great idea for a series. She's like, yes, I know. So the series came together that way. So I never had to audition. It was my part created for me by my mother. The best part about playing her, so any actor, you know, we like to be actors because we like to kind of slip into lots of different skins and pretend to be lots of different people. And so having a series on the air for 7 years for a lot of actors can be kind of tiresome because you play the same character for so long. You want to stretch out a little more. You want to do a little more. But with Sabrina, it was great because I got to be everybody plus Sabrina. I got to be Cyrano. I got to be a trapeze artist. I got to be Cinderella. I got to be Rapunzel. I loved when she would take on some kind of personality or some other, wardrobe, or I was a snowman. I skied on Mars, or, so stuff like that. So that made it really exciting and different. And the actor in me loved that part.
We'll see how they like it when they don't have somebody to enforce the law. I swear, the first person I run into.
Aunt Zelda?
Congratulations. You're the new sheriff.
With Sabrina, I was definitely acting because I was definitely playing against my type. I was never the wallflower. I was always the one doing a dance performance in the middle of the room, or, you know, and here's Sabrina who just wants to be like left alone and quiet and don't let anyone see me. And I'm going to hide over here. And I didn't quite understand that. So for me, it wasn't the most fun, like the things we were talking about before, like the playing the other roles or getting dressed up in fun costumes. That was all really exciting for me. But the actual character herself, I didn't necessarily identify with.
Sabrina, you usually have good ideas. What sort of a fundraiser would you suggest? Pancakes!
My favorite episode when we were filming it, and still to this day, I think, is probably the pancake episode. I think because it was probably my first time doing physical comedy, and I really loved it. I was like diving in trash cans and just playing like an addict like that, like just being like, I need a pancake, and like it was something I could really, here's a nice pun, but bite my teeth into. Like I could sink my teeth into like that character, and the fun that I was having playing like a strung out teenager in a kid's sitcom. You know, it was really fun to play. Like, I know a lot of people get excited that Britney was on the show or NSYNC or Backstreet Boys, but I was always thrilled, and I requested, as the executive producer, I could do that. People like the Violent Femmes, Blondie, Johnny Mathis for a Christmas episode. You know, I mean, who doesn't want to be with Johnny Mathis when he's singing White Christmas? Lonnie Anderson, we had the best time with, or Raquel Welch, I had such a great time with. And, you know, all the men on set, of course, were like, oh my God, it's Raquel Welch, you know, and I'm like, I'm getting to act with her for a week, and it was really fun. Getting to go from everything from pop stars to hardcore rock bands to athletes. Brady Anderson, I had a massive crush on. He was on the show. Some of the guys from like Baywatch, and, you know, like all these like hot, amazing actors and actresses. And it was just such fun because everybody wanted to come play with us. Everybody wanted to be on a magical show. Everybody's kids watched the show and wanted them on it or something. We had a great chemistry. Everyone was there for the right reasons. Everyone was there knowing that this was a great opportunity. Nobody took it for granted. Everyone rode that roller coaster as long as they could, you know, like knowing we're on a network show in the heyday of television, you know, not only making good money, but getting a lot of attention for our work. And that's what every actor dreams of, you know? And so we got to be in everybody's house every Friday night, and people all across the world felt like they knew us. It's been decades of hearing, you know, I grew up with you. I heard Daniel Radcliffe say it, and I've heard like all these people say I grew up with you, and you're like, what? So it's the best compliment, because it just means that they allowed me in their home and I was there with them. A lot of people, I was there for the hard times. I was there when they were in the hospital. I was there when they were going through depression and felt alone. I was there when they couldn't, you know, I mean, not just me, the whole show, you know, and a lot of people identify with Sabrina because of bullying or because of feeling like an outsider. You know, they might not have magical powers, but they feel like an outsider. And so I think that the show gave so many people hope, somewhere to turn to where they didn't feel alone and lonely. And I think that was like everything, you know?
Thanks to Melissa for chatting with us. Last but not least, up next, Gilmore Girls star Kelly Bishop and her love for Emily Gilmore's combative attitude.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No, do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
All right, we're back. Kelly Bishop might be best known for her role on Gilmore Girls as Rory's harsh grandma, Emily, and she was kind enough to reflect on her time on the show with us.
How would I describe Emily Gilmore? I used to say Emily Gilmore is a piece of work. She's no nonsense. She's smart. She's conservative. She has values that are very kind of straight-laced. She's not foolish. She's up with current things, but there's a certain value system that she expects people to live by, particularly her daughter. What was my favorite part about Emily? Well, I liked the clothes. They spent a lot of money on my wardrobe. I liked her attitude. I mean, she was so difficult and demanding and hard to please as far as Lorelai was concerned. And what I really loved about that whole show was Amy Sherman Palladino's writing, because it's some of the best material it's probably the best material I've ever done. And, oh God, amazing. Funny, smart, on top of it, and as everybody knows, really fast. So that was just one of the many favorite things I loved during the show. Lauren and I, the day we met, it was like, okay, I could do this. And she and I became so close and still are close. She really is like a daughter to me, and I really am kind of like a mother to her. We don't spend a lot of time, you know, talking to each other or texting or anything like that, but whenever we get together, it just clicks right in again. There's just a real love and trust and pleasure. You know, we have the same sense of humor. Yeah, she's great. I'm really crazy about Lauren. My all-time favorite episode, actually the one that tickles me the most because it was so different. There was one where Richard, my husband's mother, who was a very difficult woman, had passed away. And I found, if I recall correctly, I found a letter that she had written to him the night before our wedding, I think, begging him not to marry me.
I know that the timing of this is particularly awkward since you are to be married tomorrow.
No way!
But your happiness is too important to me, so timing be damned.
She wanted Dad to leave you at the altar.
She begged him to leave me at the altar. She begged him in writing, and then she saved the carbon.
And that sort of sent me off. He wasn't there to support me because he was so grieving for his mother. That during that episode, I was drinking. There was even one scene where I was smoking a cigarette. I called it the Tennessee Williams episode for me.
Who was that at the door?
It was Jason. Dad needs to sign something.
Uh-huh. I mean, she was just out there. She was so un-Emily. That was great fun. I really had fun doing that one. There were a few episodes that I really liked, but that one was just such a departure. The zingers and the put-downs, oh boy. Actually, one of my first ones, one of the reasons I love the pilot script so much, I couldn't believe this pilot script when I got it. It was so funny. And I had no idea who any of these people were or who the writer was, anything like that. It's when Lorelai comes to see her parents in the pilot script, obviously to ask for money for Rory's education. And I opened the door and I said something to the effect of, "Is it Christmas?"
Hi, Mom.
Lorelai. My goodness, this is a surprise. Is it Easter already?
Or is it Easter? It was some holiday which was indicative of perfect writing of saying that's how often they saw each other. It was on holidays, Christmas, Easter, whatever it was. And then Richard, my husband's character, comes in sometime later after we've done this scene, and he basically does the same thing with a different holiday.
Hi, Dad.
What is it? Christmas already?
Lorelai was taking a business class at the college today and decided to drop in to see us.
Favorite moments with Ed Herman. I just loved working with him. We really liked each other so much. I know one of my favorite scenes with him was when we did renew our vows, and we danced to the song Bill, and he said, "Today," that was your favorite, your favorite song, and "Today you can call me Bill."
Emily would tease me, saying, "If only your name was Bill, then this could be our song." Well, Emily, for tonight, and tonight only, my name is Bill, and this is our song.
That was wonderful. He was such a good actor and very generous, very professional, but just a sweet, good man. why is it still cooking? First of all, it's very intelligent. I mean, the smarter you are, the more you get it. And it's fast, and so you got to pay attention. You don't have much time to laugh because you got to catch up with what's going on. It's funny. I mean, it really is a funny show. But what I decided was that there's really an innate sweetness about it, which sounds kind of icky, but it's not that. There's a decency about it. And one of the things that when men started watching it, which they weren't inclined to because it was Gilmore Girls and all that sort of thing, is that if you look at the male characters in that show, there's no nasty guy, there's no jerk, there's no misogynist, there's no violence. They're just trying to make their way in the world like all the rest of us. And so what there is basically is an innate decency about these people. They're good people. Some of them are very strange, but they're good. And I heard a wonderful story last year sometime that very often when the troops come back from maneuvers in places like Afghanistan and places that we hear too much about, they very often sit down and watch Gilmore Girls. And I think it's because it's a feel-good place. It's like, this is what America's supposed to be.
Great to revisit memories like that. All right, that's going to do it. Thanks for tuning in to Pop Star today. As always, we're so glad you joined us. Come back tomorrow and hang out with us again. Same time, same place. See you then.
Oh my gosh, look.
What?
SG.
What?
Favorite people.
Oh my gosh.
You're tuning into our favorite streaming channel.
Hi.
Today All Day.
Today All Day, they came back. We really love that you've joined us and you're getting into the whole Today in 30 swing, and we've packed a ton into this half hour. Here's what's coming your way, and for many of you, it's extreme heat. A new record-setting round has arrived for a lot of the country. Mr. Roker's here. He's going to let us know how long it'll last.
And then we've been waiting to say it. Are you ready for some
football?
The NFL's back tonight, you guys. The preseason starts with the Hall of Fame game. We'll have a full preview before you watch it on NBC and Peacock straight ahead.
I mean, you can stream it on Peacock. How cool is that? So futuristic. Also, we had some serious star power in Studio 1A this morning. Kevin Bacon stopping by. He's got 2 new projects, both kind of creepy.
Yeah.
Well, he plays sort of a villain in both of them. And then comedian Joe Coy paid a visit to talk about his feature film. It's his first.
And guess who joined us for the 4th hour? LL Cool J.
I love him.
So many talents. Excited to have him back home in New York City. Jenna and I had a blast catching up with him.
Do you remember his song? I Need Love. Remember that one?
Oh, yeah.
It's so good. Let's listen to it just as soon as we rock this edition of Today in 30.
We're going to start with NBC's Kristen Dahlgren in steamy Dallas, Texas. Kristen, good morning.
Good morning, Hoda. Yeah, we are gearing up for a brutal one here. And talking about those temperature records, the Dallas area already seeing its second warmest summer ever. This is the second longest stretch without rain. And as we soar back into the triple digits today, the Texas power grid here expected to see the largest demand in history.
It's been 62 days with no rain.
All of North Texas tomorrow under a heat advisory.
The longest dry spell for the Dallas metro area in over 20 years.
We hit 104 today. That's the 39th time we've had triple-digit heat.
And there is no end in sight. Temperatures are expected to be in the triple digits in Dallas and throughout the state into the weekend. The extreme heat poised to test a struggling power grid today, with demand potentially topping 80 gigawatts for the first time ever. That's about as much as the total amount of electricity used by California and New York combined in a day. ERCOT says they are coordinating closely with the Public Utility Commission, as well as generation resource owners and transmission utilities, to ensure that they are prepared. The heat index in the triple digits from Texas along the Gulf Coast into the Northeast. Cities that could set record highs today include Albany, Hartford, Boston, Newark, and Philadelphia. 74% of the United States is experiencing longer, more intense heat waves compared to 50 years ago. So what's the best way to beat extreme heat?
So what I do is relax in my house with the AC on and don't go outside.
Experts also say reschedule strenuous activities to early morning or evening. And remember, never leave young children and pets unattended in vehicles. On a 95-degree day, temperatures in cars can get to 114 in 10 minutes and as high as 129 degrees in under a half hour.
All right, Kristen Dahlgren for us there in Dallas. Kristen, thanks.
All right, Al's at the ready with the latest on the forecast.
Yeah, guys, so here's the deal. Stretching from Montana all the way down to Texas and into the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic, 73 million people are under heat advisories or heat warnings here in the Northeast. Triple-digit heat indexes for New York City, Baltimore, Richmond, Raleigh. Near that in Charleston, Binghamton, 92 degrees. We're going to be watching that. And as we look at these records that are potentially going to be broken, Boston, Hartford, Newark, Philly, Binghamton, Albany, Concord, and Georgetown as well. And as we head into the weekend, the heat does start to break a little bit, but not by much. Temperatures still going to be in the upper 80s in New York, upper 80s and 90s into Albany, down to Washington, D.C., and that's going to stretch out to the east to the west as well. So the heat index danger zones today, according to the National Weather Service, we're going to start out with caution. The heat index 80 degrees or higher, fatigue, dehydration after exposure. You get now into the area called extreme caution. That's for heat indexes 90 degrees plus. Heat exhaustion is possible. You can see it stretches from Boston all the way to the west coast and into the plains. The danger zone, heat indexes 103 or higher. Heat exhaustion likely. Heat stroke possible from the Midwest down into the plains and parts of the mid-Atlantic states. Here's what we expect, what to look for. Heat exhaustion, that's dizziness, nausea, clammy skin. Heat stroke, the more dangerous. A throbbing headache, confusion, hot, dry skin. What you should do, if it's heat exhaustion, move to a cool place. Slowly sip water and loosen your clothing. If it's heat stroke, call 911 immediately. Do not give the person suffering it fluids, but cool down the skin with water or ice and get immediate medical attention. Guys?
All right, another thing about the fluids. Thank you, Al.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Did you hear it?
Yeah,
that sound. That's football fans. They are rejoicing from coast to coast because the NFL is back.
Yeah, the preseason starts tonight. The Hall of Fame game. It's right here on NBC. Raiders taking on the Jaguars, and NBC's Stephanie Gosk has the hot ticket. She's at the stadium in Canton, Ohio. I guess the early bird gets the worm stuff.
Yeah, that's for sure, Savannah. You know, this has the feel of an NFL stadium, but would you believe this is where the local high school plays, and it's where Tom McDaniels was the coach for years, and his son Josh watched and learned from him. Well, tonight, Josh McDaniels comes back as the new head coach to the Las Vegas Raiders. It's an altogether unique kind of high school homecoming.
Tonight marks the start of the NFL preseason and a new era for the Silver and Black. The Raiders, now with superstar Davante Adams and new head coach Josh McDaniels, taking on the Jacksonville Jaguars here in Canton, Ohio, birthplace of professional football and home to the Hall of Fame.
I mean, there are football towns in America, and then there's Canton.
That is Canton. It's a different place. They love football.
It's a place very familiar with having the McDaniels family coaching their teams to victory.
When you walk on this field, are you struck by the history your family has here?
Yeah, very aware of it.
Tom McDaniels was a high school football coach for 40 years, much of that time spent here in Canton, winning National Coach of the Year in 1997. Not long after he learned to walk, Josh was on these sidelines with his dad.
As soon as he could read, he had to have a practice plan.
You would actually give him a handout?
Yeah, he
of
had
the
a practice plan. Oh, yes.
It was a blessing for me that he allowed me to do those things. I would say that is what I attribute my passion and love for the game to is being able to see that at a young age.
Josh eventually played quarterback for his father's McKinley Bulldogs. Now he is the head coach of the Raiders.
I know you've had a lot of influences in your coaching career. Who would you say is the most influential?
My father and Coach Belichick, easily.
That's Patriots coach Bill Belichick, who McDaniels worked under for 18 years, winning 6 Super Bowl rings.
I am a lifelong Patriots fan, and I gotta tell you, it's a little jarring seeing you in that shirt.
Yeah.
You still getting used to it?
Yeah, I think so.
Last year, Raiders head coach John Gruden resigned after racist and sexist emails he sent were made public.
Are there any lingering questions in the locker room, and how do you handle those?
You know, I think this group did a tremendous job. The organization as a whole was unbelievable.
Helping McDaniels navigate it all, his father, whose impact in Canton is felt on and off the field.
When you look at what, not just the family, but what Coach did for all the guys that have worked for him and played for him, he has left a legacy with all of us.
Not least of all, his son.
What's it going to mean to you to see him walk into that stadium as the head coach of an NFL team for the first time for the Raiders?
Well, I guess maybe I hope I'm not on camera at that moment, because it may tug at my heart a little bit. I'll be very excited for him and a little bit emotional too.
Kevin Bacon is here. He stars as an FBI agent, always willing to bend the rules in City on a Hill. And as season 3 premieres, he's also taking on the role of Owen Whistler in the summer camp slasher. Literally a slasher, they slash them. Kevin, good morning.
Nice to see you.
You've got a couple of projects going on. Let's choose your own adventure. What should we talk about first? They slash them or City on a Hill?
They slash them is a super interesting movie. John Logan, who wrote and directed it, is a fantastic writer, and it's his first film directing. And he was kind of horrified by the notion of gay conversion, that it still is legal in this country, and that a lot of young people go through it every year, and decided to take that horrible notion and sort of frame it in a horror movie, and found a structure that was very much reminiscent of 70s camp slasher movies, of which I was actually in.
I was going to say, I do recall you in Friday the 13th.
Yes,
Things did not go well for you
No,
in
they
that.
did not. Well, in horror movies, there's kind of this thing that if you do something that society has deemed morally wrong, you're going to die for it. So in my case, I smoked a joint and had premarital sex. So
you definitely had to die.
It was game over for me.
So this kind of turns that on its head. You're the villain. I can give that away,
You
right?
sure can, yeah.
Okay, but you're not you never do a kind of a cartoonish villain.
Well, listen, I think that people talk about men and women that do these terrible things as monsters, but to me, it's never about playing a monster. It's always about trying to find a way in through the human being. And to me, that's a lot more chilling and a lot more disturbing. And this is a guy who has an amazing ability to put everybody at ease and to be very charming and to make people feel somehow safe. And then I have a place to go from there.
Yeah, well, City on a Hill I think this is the 3rd season.
Yeah.
Your character is no longer an FBI agent. He's in private security. It's in Boston.
Yeah.
Which is, it's fun because the series actually it's always in Boston, but in different parts of Boston. This time you've gone to Beacon Hill.
Yes.
You're going in the society area. Tell me about this season.
Yeah. Jackie was obviously not from Beacon Hill. That's a world that he's, even a fish out of water, even a guy that's as well versed in all things Boston as he is. This is a world that he sort of aspires to. So there's something very tempting about the fact that this guy he's working for has a gigantic mansion and a beautiful young wife, and he gives him a BMW to drive, but he's forced to make certain kind of moral decisions based on what he sees going on in this house.
I was watching an episode of you on Conan where you were talking about perfecting the Boston accent, which is super hard to do. but actually, you're a Philly native.
I am, yeah.
And I think that Philly, all my in-laws are from Philly. My husband grew up in Philly.
Philadelphia's a hard one to do.
I know.
I never get a chance to do it, though, because they don't give me any parts in Philly. Everything I do is in Boston.
I know. I felt like it would be a public service for you to give some Philly accent. Like, what's the classic Philly accent for folks?
Well, I just did it. You didn't hear it?
I did hear it. I actually did.
Like,
it's very subtle.
I'm going down to the Wawa. I'm going to get a hoagie and a Coke. What kind of Coke you getting? Diet Coke? Why are you getting Diet Coke? Because I'm on a diet.
I mean, it's amazing. I didn't realize for a long time that Philly had an accent, but then you do. You're like, it's that ew kind of.
My daughter was in the Mayor of Easttown, which takes place in Delco, which is just outside of Philadelphia. So we had a fun time when she would call me up and say, "Dad, just do it, just do it, just do it," because they were really trying to get it together.
They did. You could have been a dialect coach on that. I loved Mayor of Easttown, by the way.
Yes, that was great. I mean, it's so rare that anybody ever pays the respect to the accent to Philadelphia to even attempt it. Everyone does Boston all the time, and I think you want to try at least for a certain kind of authenticity if you're in a place.
And I can't let you go without talking about Instagram. First of all, the Footloose performance. You basically did the Dirty Dancing lift with Kira, your wife.
It was this crazy thing where somebody told me about this thing called the Footloose drop, and by the way, this was not in Footloose. So
I didn't think it was.
No, it's not.
I feel I've memorized every scene of Footloose. I don't remember this.
Yeah, I never in a million years thought that she would agree to do this. By the way,
she rocked it, but then cut to your next post.
Yeah,
she had a little injury.
She had a little injury, and but she was fine. I mean, she was just, she bruises very easily, and so she had a little bruise on her. She was okay. I want everybody to know because there was a lot of sort of backlash when, why are you promoting a dangerous, I was like, okay, all right.
Oh my gosh. You know what? You got to stick with Sing 'Em to Goats with the whole family, which is another thing I'm super enjoying on Instagram.
Awesome. Thank you for checking it out.
Yeah. Well, your whole family is so talented. It's great to catch up with you. You're going to be on the third hour.
Okay.
I was going to ask all about your family because your kids are so talented. So I'll leave that for the third hour.
All right, cool.
All right, and They/Them, you can catch that. It starts tomorrow on Peacock. It's creepy. And the new season of City on a Hill airs Sunday nights on Showtime.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. I appreciate it. We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
This morning, we are thrilled to be catching up with one of the top comedians out there. Joe Coy has been cracking us up with his hit stand-up specials on Netflix, selling out arenas during his Funny is Funny World Tour.
Well, now he's moving from the stage to the big screen in his first feature film. It's called Easter Sunday. Joe plays a struggling actor who returns home to an Easter celebration with his dysfunctional but still loving family. Take a look.
Hi, Mom.
Joseph, what time will you be here on Sunday?
I don't know, Mom. I'm really busy. I just tested for this pilot.
You're going to be a pilot?
No. A network pilot for like a TV show.
Ah, you're playing a pilot on the TV show.
No, a lawyer.
You could have been a lawyer, Joseph, if you only applied yourself.
Mom, I gotta go. I'll call you later.
Are you coming this Sunday for Easter? We're all expecting you, Joseph.
Oh, wow. You were listening in on my parents' conversation.
Yeah, right? That's true. That's really how it goes down, too. It's guilt trip after guilt trip.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, and don't understand what dreams are about. That doesn't even make sense.
Can't have your own dreams, that's for sure. So this movie centers around a Filipino-American family.
Yes.
And this is an all-Filipino cast. This is the first time we've seen this kind of representation. So what does it mean to have this out there? And I'd imagine there's also some pressure, right?
There's a lot of pressure. It's I got the weight of that country on my back right now, so I wanted to make sure I represented everyone beautifully, especially like my mom too. You know, it's just beautiful. It's like my mom moved here in '69, and it's been 51 years that she's lived here and never seen anything like this. And this is the first time that her and everybody else that's Filipino get to be represented this way.
Yeah. What a great deal.
Yeah.
First of all, also a great deal. These overalls.
Oh,
I love it. I love that they zip off. I'm hoping by the end of this interview.
And the shoes. I mean, the Jordans also.
We can keep complimenting you, please. I love all of this.
And the beard. I love the beard. Okay, so besides, just the legions of fans you have some fairly influential fans, including a guy I think who's directed a movie or two, Steven Spielberg.
That's nuts. That's so crazy, right? My special on Netflix, Coming in Hot, it aired, and then all of a sudden we get a call from Amblin. And we go in thinking it's going to be a general meeting, and every other person that's in Ambulance, like, Steven can't stop talking to you. He's talking about you. Steven loves your special.
Wild.
Steven thinks you're so funny. And I'm like, are you talking about Steven from accounting? No way it's Mr. Spielberg.
Amblin is Steven Spielberg.
That's his company, yeah. And then pitched, they said that he wanted to make a movie. I pitched Easter Sunday, and they bought it in the room.
Wow.
And literally, it was made just like that.
That
Steven
never happens.
He made everything happen. It was crazy.
Because it's Steven Spielberg.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. So, I mean, here's the thing. This is loosely based, as I understand it, this is based on your relationship with your own mother.
Yes.
And with your son.
Yes.
Have they seen the film?
My son yesterday. There's my mom.
Aww.
Yeah, there's my mom.
What'd they think?
Joseph. That's my mom right there. She's the one that calls me Joseph. Oh, look at my son. How handsome.
My goodness, so handsome.
That was the best night of my life right there. That was yesterday.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, to actually do that with my son, walk down the red carpet, and I got someone like Tiffany Haddish in this movie because we came up together at the Laugh Factory. She used to hold my son. She used to watch my son when I was on stage because I used to take my son to the Laugh Factory, and then I'm like, yeah, Tiffany, oh, there she is.
Oh my God.
And then she'd hold my son while I go up on stage, and so just the relationships and just everyone coming full circle and celebrating that moment together was great.
What did he say last night after he saw it, your son?
He cried. We both did. We were all, it was a big moment.
And this is the first time you've acted in like a film of this size.
Yeah, I mean, I was number one on the call sheet. That was nuts. Every single scene I was in it.
Yeah.
And thank God for my cast. I had the best cast in the world. Lydia Gaston that played my mom, to Eugene Cordero who played my cousin, but everybody on there, Lou Diamond and Tia.
Oh, wow.
It was just like they held my hand and guided me through. It was great.
And you've gotten so much love for this film, including Chelsea Handler, who's talked about it. And you said you're great friends now. And you impress me as somebody who learns from everything.
Yeah.
What has this last year taught you about love and life?
Oh, it's just, her and I have been friends forever. And it's just like, we're at that stage where we just realize that being friends is best, you know what I mean? But yeah, love is just great. And then just because it's a breakup doesn't mean we have to hate. That doesn't even make sense. We were friends before this, so it's always going to be friends, yeah. And that's how I am with my ex. My ex, my son's mom, we've been best friends for the longest time. And in fact, she lives right in front of me. I got a house right in front of me, and she lives in front of me. We share the same driveway.
That should be your next movie.
You need to write a book.
I swear.
That's your next movie.
We walked down the red carpet together, and it was the greatest moment ever. So
Joe and his exes. I'm watching that.
Meet the exes.
Yeah. But before that, Joe, thank you so much. Easter Sunday comes from our sister company, Universal Pictures. It is out tomorrow. You got to check it out.
Joey Coy, come back often.
Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better? You came into this job saying you were going to fight crime. Have you been successful? Found a way to put that. Can you update us on the status of negotiations?
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? Her name is Lester. Who's this?
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We are back with the one and only LL Cool J. He's in town for his inaugural Rock the Bells Music Festival.
By the way, there's still tickets, and it sounds amazing.
I'm dying. It sounds, and that's a great stadium too.
We're at the Forest Hill Stadium,
which is a beautiful venue to watch music. It's awesome.
And it's not a lot of tickets left, so people better,
you better go now. There won't be tickets
it's
after this. Okay, so since he's worked with some of the biggest names in music, we wanted to get a little scoop on some of his famous friends.
All right, let's see who's first.
We'll be over here dry
Who
snitching.
you got? You got Lil' Kim.
Lil' Kim.
Yeah.
Lil' Kim's amazing, talented.
Yeah.
Just a great artist in general.
Yeah.
Just everything about her. The way she her whole journey has been amazing. I think she's real talented, super talented.
I love that.
And she was one of the first young ladies to really seize female sexuality in hip hop and own it. From a powerful standpoint. So I respect her.
All right, who's next? Let's see. In the Hall of Fame. Let's
roll it.
Okay.
We got
the Queen.
The Queen.
We love Queen Latifah here.
Queen Latifah. I mean, we've done, films together. I mean, she's just...
Remember Last Holiday?
We're obsessed with
I
the Last
watch
Holiday.
Anytime it comes on TNT, I have to watch the end. I don't care where it is.
She was a lot of fun.
Yes.
She was a lot of fun to work with. I love Dana, everything about her. Consummate businesswoman. Really smart businesswoman, her and Shakim, and talented actress. And
you have that sort of thing where you can do it all. Music, you host, you're an actor. Well, who believed in you to give you that kind of you can be whatever you want?
You know what? My mother used to tell me that when I was growing up. Of course, I was raised in church, and my grandmother faith in God. But then my mother would tell me, Todd, you can do anything. Her exact sentences were, Todd, you're a good-looking boy. You can do anything you put your mind to. That's what she used to tell me.
Wow.
And you know what? And I would listen to her, and I believed her.
Yeah.
You got to believe in yourself and believe in the power of your dreams, and then you don't limit yourself.
Yes.
You talk about a big scoop, right? Well, a celebrity scoop. Well, Michael Jackson told me that one day.
Wow.
I was on a plane with Quincy Jones and Michael Jackson. In some kind of way, I ended up on a plane, lucked out, and got to sit with them. So I'm like the fly on the wall. And Mike said to me, he said, you never limit yourself. He said, just never, ever limit yourself. And I took that to heart. And I think that's good advice.
Yes.
Never limit yourself. So there are people at home right now.
Yes.
Maybe you have a job, but you're thinking about starting that business, or you have a thing, but you want to take a chance. Don't limit yourself.
Oh my gosh,
Don't
I love
limit
that.
yourself.
And tell your kids that, just like your mom told you.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
All right, let's see who's next in your Hall of Fame. We've got Dr. Dre.
The Doc. This is one of my best friends in music. He's an amazing dude. Inducted me into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Gosh.
We've done so much music together that is even unreleased.
Oh, really?
And we've done like a couple of albums together. At least in terms of the amount of work we've done, it's about 2 albums.
Wow.
And he's just an amazing genius guy, and a real sincere guy.
Yeah.
I got a lot of love for him.
Okay.
Love for him.
Who's that?
All right, let's see. Let's spin the wheel. And
J-Lo.
J-Lo.
Come on now.
J-Lo was amazing. Great to work with. You know what I'm saying? That's it's like my little sister and all that. You know what I'm saying?
Are you going to go to her wedding? And I'm wondering if Hoda's going to be invited. Evidently, she's having it. I just want the scoop. You know what I mean?
You gonna go to the wedding? Am I going to the wedding?
Are you going to the wedding?
Nah,
We've
probably
already-
not.
they're married,
Probably
right?
not. Yeah,
Well,
I think they already had it.
There might be
the wedding party.
There might be a party that's the.
Well, I mean, throw your hands in the air. We'll see. We'll see what's up. But she's great. She's great to work with. Came out again. We always, we got a great rapport. We've done 2-3 songs together and had a lot of success and a lot of fun together. She's great. Great to work with.
Awesome. All right, who's last? Let's see. Who's our final one in your LL Cool J Hall of Fame? Busta Rhymes.
Bust. So Busta is amazing to work with. He's so funny, man. I mean, he breaks your hand when he shakes it. He's, Busta's just a brilliant guy. He's like a guy that lives in the studio. He probably has 20 or 30 albums that haven't been released. I mean, Busta's a very special and unique individual and a unique talent. And he's going to be crushing it on the festival. I mean, he's unbelievable live on stage.
Awesome.
So, when people come, they're going to be amazed. Like, it's going to be crazy.
We look forward to it. LL, thank you
Appreciate
so
it.
much.
We love you.
Appreciate
We
it.
love you. We
Appreciate
love you.
it.
And we're glad we could use the hat as a little sweat. It's a sweat rock.
Yeah, I
No,
had a
really.
little, you know what I mean?
No, we're glad.
Yo, thank you for the hat. It's really, really nice. Really nice hat. Thank you. Appreciate it.
I even took off the ball.
I know. I really appreciate it. Like, you took the ball off, and you know what I mean? It's really good. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
When I'm alone in my room, staring at the wall. Blah, 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 blah,
We got to refresh.
Okay, sorry.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
All right. Join us tomorrow, guys. Walker Hayes is going to be here, you guys. He'll hit our concert stage. You don't want to miss it. So we'll see you then.
Sponsored by Walmart.
Welcome to the Today All Day Kitchen. I'm Elena Besser.
I'm Priyanka Naik.
I'm Kevin Curry, and we're whipping up our favorite 30-minute meals for the Today table.
Don't get me wrong, I love spending time in the kitchen to unwind.
But there are some days when you just want to get dinner on the table fast.
So today we're making 3 speedy recipes that are just perfect for busy weeknights.
I'm making a twist on falafel for all of you buffalo wing lovers out there.
I'm making a savory stuffed French toast.
I'm making chicken gyros that can be grilled up in a flash.
Set your timer
and set the table.
It's time to get cooking.
You can shop the ingredients featured here from our sponsor, Walmart, by scanning the QR code. Today earns a commission from purchases made through links on today.com.
I absolutely love buffalo wings. I am so obsessed that I actually have a photo of wings hanging above my bed. Anyway, I also love the food and flavors from Israel. Half of my family lives there, and I am always inspired by their cuisine. So today, I am creating a mashup of my favorite foods, buffalo wings and falafel. The first thing I'm gonna do is jazz up my favorite hot sauce. So we are going to add in cubed butter to a saucepan over a medium heat, a nice gorgeous cup of hot sauce. You can use whatever favorite hot sauce you have on hand. And then for a little extra pizzazz, we are adding in some garlic powder. And we are going to whisk this together until all of that butter is melted and we have a nice, gorgeously orange sauce. And this is going to happen very quickly. Okay, we will set this aside. And let's get going on our falafel. So to save time in this recipe, because we really want to make sure that we keep it in the 30-minute mark, we are using canned chickpeas. I know this could be controversial. Don't tell my cousins back in Israel. We're gonna start by pulsing these up. See that? It looks really nice and ground up. So we are transferring these back into the bowl from whence they came, and we will mix up the rest of our ingredients. Shallot. A shallot is awesome. It's kind of like a combination of an onion and garlic. It has those nice garlic notes in it. So we are going to rock our knife back and forth like so until we get about a tablespoon's worth of shallot. And this is gonna go into our creamy dill sauce, which is basically like a fun yogurt-based version of ranch. I'm a ranch gal. If you're a blue cheese person, feel free to add a little bit of blue cheese to that mixture. Pop it into a little bowl with the rest of this, since it's all going into the food processor. So I've got my shallot. I got 1 clove of garlic. We are now going to add in some chili flake. And then we are also going to add in some parsley. And we are adding in more of my favorite, the garlic powder. Hit it with a teeny bit of salt, a little bit of freshly ground black pepper. We're gonna give it a nice fine chop. But this is really giving us a gorgeous green color. It smells so fresh. Okay, so we're just gonna take this mixture and we are going to add it to our chickpeas. In order to make sure all of this falafel goodness binds together, we are going to add in some cornstarch, and then we are going to add in a little bit of baking powder to give it some lift. We're going to add some kosher salt as well. And then we are going to, again, fold this mixture together. I'm gonna go get a new pan so we can fry up our falafel. We're using neutral oil here. Pour that right into a heavy bottom skillet. I have a little scooper to help me create these into 1 ounce portions. You'll just kind of press that mixture into the cookie scoop, and then we're going to push it down. Okay, our oil is properly preheated. We have our falafel ready to rock. Let's fry these up. Make sure that you don't overcrowd the pan, because we're going to wanna move these around a bit as they cook. And we wouldn't be able to do that if it's too crowded in there. Even before I flip these, you can see how it is starting to get nice and golden brown on the edges. That is what we're looking for, and that is when we know we're getting really close to flipping these falafel. Ah, yeah, check that out. Now that these are done and draining on a wire rack, I'm gonna sprinkle them with some salt. And then I'm gonna fry up this next batch, and when we get back, we will make our creamy dill sauce.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country 1 block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Tonight, I interviewed Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg about the ongoing delays. You seem to be pointing the finger at the airlines. They're pointing the finger back. Mr. Secretary, when is this going to get better?
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
My falafel is all fried up, and now I'm going to make a creamy dill sauce. Let's get into it. We have a beautiful cup of full-fat Greek yogurt here, and we're just gonna take that minced shallot that we prepared earlier. We wanna add in the juice and zest of some lemon. Take any of that extra zest that's hanging out. We will slice this lemon in half, and then citrus press, such a great tool. We are going to add in a little bit of kosher salt, some freshly ground black pepper. Just going to twist off those beautiful fronds of dill. We're looking for about 2 tablespoons of dill here. Add some garlic powder right on in. And because Greek yogurt tends to be on the thicker side, what I like to do is I like to add a little bit of room temperature water just to thin it all out and make it a more spreadable consistency for our pita. I love to create a little carrot salad to go with this. We're going to combine some dill pickles for a little extra brininess and some added crunch. We are just going to slice these into thin matchsticks. So we'll start by going lengthwise, really thin down those pickles, and we will take our knife and we'll just rock it back and forth to get these really nice thin strips of pickle. Put them into this big bowl here, and next up, it's carrot time. And we are going to start by just peeling the exterior off of these carrots, like so. So the next thing we're going to do is we're just gonna take our carrot, and from top to bottom, we are going to slice these carrots into beautiful ribbons. Look at that, gorgeous. Add that to the bowl and just keep on going. Next up, we are going to add the juice of our lemon just to bring out even more brightness in this salad that we're creating. We also want to make sure that we add in our parsley, and we're going to bunch this on up and give it a nice fine chop. It's almost time for dinner. Okay, season it with a little bit more kosher salt, a little freshly ground black pepper, and then a nice drizzle of olive oil. So I'm just gonna give this a good toss. Beautiful. All of our components are done. I am ready to assemble the meze platter. Let's start with our carrot salad. So this is looking gorgeous. It is time to adorn our falafel in our sauce. So I'm just gonna take this sauce, take a brush, and brush it right over the tops. And then we're gonna do a little flipperoo. Make sure we get them on both sides. We've been working so hard to do this, so it's time. Let's get after it. This is the best way to get that sauce in every bite. Then we're going to take a little bit of our salad, pop that in the bottom, take a couple of our little falafel nuggets. I'm gonna put 3 in there. Yeah, full house. A little bit more sauce in there. Oh my goodness. Check it out. Hold for sound effects. Wow. It is warm and crunchy and fresh from that salad. The buffalo is giving me the perfect amount of heat, and that creamy dill, it just mellows it all out. I love this. I know your whole entire family is going to love this.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
One of my favorite food memories is enjoying the spicy egg-coated toast my uncle and auntie would make for us on our annual family trips to India. They lived on a large farm, so everything we ate was incredibly fresh. When I went vegan, I wanted to recreate that experience, but without those farm-fresh eggs. Well, guys, I think I've cracked the code with this recipe for my savory Indian French toast. Let's start things off with the vegan batter. Okay, so first we're gonna dice up one small red onion. We're actually gonna just give these a fine dice, and then we're gonna saute it up a little bit. So let's get our nonstick skillet on medium-high heat. And while that heats up, we're gonna coat it with some neutral oil. So let's get these red onions in. It's exactly what you wanna hear. You want them to evenly cook throughout. This looks awesome. Just wanna show you the coloring on this. They're nice and glossy. This is exactly what we want. So we're gonna turn the heat off and just let them sit. This is our next main component to the batter. So we're using Thai green chilies. I never de-seed chilies, nor should you. So we're basically just gonna run our knife through this and give this a rough chop. Now that we've minced up our green chilies, we wanna get started on our batter. So we're using chickpea flour, which we call basin flour at home, which is simply ground dried chickpeas. And to this, we're gonna actually whisk in some water. And you wanna do this gradually because the chickpea flour can easily clump up. So our batter is looking good. The next ingredient that we wanna prepare are some dried spices. So in my mortar and pestle, I'm gonna add one of my favorite spices from my masala dabbi, cumin seeds, or what we call jeera. So we're just gonna add the whole cumin seeds here. We're gonna take our pestle and we're gonna grind them down just to a rough grind. Okay, great. So we have a rough grind on our cumin, which is beautiful. So I'm gonna add that to our batter. And we're gonna add our green chilies. And we're gonna add some salt. And then we wanna add our sauteed onions. You're probably wondering, Priyanka, what is going on with the sauteed onions? Well, don't worry, they're waiting for us. So I'm gonna mix this up, and you wanna be gentle when mixing it because you don't wanna break up the chilies and the onions in there. And we have one more ingredient to add to our batter. Some fresh coriander. This is gonna add a lot of freshness and brightness. We're gonna get it right into the batter. Give that a quick mix. And now it's time to start assembling our French toast. So I want to show you the selection of cheeses I'm working with here because this is super exciting. Not only because, one, these are all so delicious, but two, these are all vegan. So we have some smoked Gouda, then we have a cheddar here, which honestly, this looks like an artisanal cheddar that you could probably get at some like fancy cheese shop, but it's vegan. All right, so to our bread, we're gonna add our cheese. I'm gonna do smoked Gouda in this one. We're gonna do 2 slices. We're gonna close her up, and then it's battering time. Take your bread, give her a nice dunk. Nice and coated. Okay, to our hot skillet, we're gonna get in some vegan butter. We want the butter to melt and get nice and bubbly, just like it is here. So you wanna see that nice sizzle on the edges, and you'll see that it's starting to get golden. You could give it a little bit of a press to make sure that all sides of the bread are cooking evenly. We wanna cook our French toast for about 5 minutes on each side. It should be a nice golden brown color, and that's when you'll know that the batter is cooked. This is looking fantastic. The color is great. You could see the cheese is melting. Feels crisp to touch. So we're gonna remove this bad boy. Let's build our second sandwich. So our sandwiches look amazing, but we still have some leftover batter. But we don't need to waste this because this is not like the traditional egg batter from a French toast. So we're actually gonna make my version of chewy, which are chickpea flour-based pancakes. So we already have our skillet here, and to this we're gonna add some neutral oil. We want a good amount of oil here because this is gonna be like a little bit like a shallow fry of the batter. Give these a flip. Beautiful. That's exactly what we're looking for, that golden brown. We have our French toast, we have our chewy pancakes, so I'm ready to serve everything up. So what I like to do is I like to take the French toast and cut it in half so we can reveal the beautiful inside. So first, we're gonna drizzle it with the traditional maple syrup. Now, this might sound weird, but the sweetness of the maple syrup goes really well with the spice. Kind of think of it like eating bacon with maple syrup, but this is not bacon. We're gonna add a little bit of chaat masala. So chaat masala is probably one of the most widely used spice mixes in India, and it has a bunch of different spices like mango powder, which is a little bit tangy, black salt, which kind of has that umami salty flavor, cumin, coriander, so many things. And we're gonna add a little cheek of lemon because this is gonna add that freshness and brightness that's gonna go really well with every bite you take. There we have it. We're gonna take our French toast, we're gonna do a little dunk. Oh my God. It's like I never left India. The chilies, the coriander, they're so fresh and so vibrant, and I love the textures on this, and we did this all in just 30 minutes. How cool is that?
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
This is a critical Ruffin, good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Gyros are an iconic Greek staple. Now, traditionally, the meat is stacked on a vertical spit so you can get a mix of crispy and juicy meat pieces. Thankfully, for my version, you don't need a giant spit in your kitchen. So my marinade is really simple. We're just gonna use a little bit of lemon. I'm gonna slice this. We're gonna squeeze in some lemon juice. Squeeze it into a bowl. Also gonna be adding in some red wine vinegar. And then some personality for this. We're gonna keep it really simple and adding in some dried oregano. Pinch of salt and some fresh cracked pepper. Whisk this up. There you go. Now I'm gonna set this aside and we're gonna move on to our chicken breast. All right, so I'm gonna butterfly this chicken first just to get it a little bit thinner. And when we thin it out, you can have a much more even cooking throughout the chicken. Open it up and it makes a beautiful little heart just like this. So now we're gonna flatten this out a little bit more. I'm gonna take some plastic wrap. I'm gonna add one of the pieces to it. I'm gonna use this mallet. It's a little bit easier. We're just gonna flatten it out. If you have a rolling pin as well for baking, use that. Again, we're just trying to flatten this out. This is not a contest that you're at the local fair trying to win a teddy bear for somebody. So we're gonna add our piece of chicken right here to our marinade. So I'm gonna let this rest at room temperature, but you can also do this as a make-ahead recipe and do it overnight, but not too long because the chicken will come out mushy. Now you can't have a gyro without a creamy yogurt sauce, and here is my speedy one. So we're gonna line a bowl with some heavy-duty paper towels and grate this cucumber right into the bowl. And the reason we're doing this is cucumber it's a whole lot of water. There we go, looks just like this. Now, I'm gonna make this sweat just a bit by adding in a pinch of salt. Now we're gonna set this aside, let this rest, and then prepare the rest of our sauce. Starting off here with some thick Greek yogurt, super high in protein. We're gonna make this really bright today. This whole lemon. And then I am a garlic lover. I know I like a little bit of breath stink in my recipe, so I'm gonna use at least one, but if you use two, I would not be mad about that at all. Garlic adds a whole lot of flavor. Hit it with a splash of vinegar, some red wine vinegar. I like dill, so I'm kind of heavy-handed with it. There we go. Pinch of sea salt, some black pepper. And then we're gonna finish it off with some heart-healthy olive oil. Again, this is my version. I don't want all the Greek grandmothers outside my door telling me, this is not right, Kev. No, this is just gyro-ish, tzatziki-ish, okay? Mix this together. Don't worry, I have not forgot about our cucumber. We're gonna mix this first. Look at that, beautiful, creamy sauce. Head back to check on our cucumber. Exactly what we want here. Squeeze it. You don't have to go overboard here either. I mean, if you're squeezing so hard that it's tearing through the paper towel, it could either be the paper towel or it could just be you, Hercules. And now just fold everything together. Look how beautiful this is. Our tzatziki is looking really good. It's time to get our veggies. Now our grill pan is nice and hot. I'm gonna hit it with a little bit of avocado oil, just spray, boom. I'm gonna take our chicken, shake off some of the excess marinade. In goes the chicken. We love that sound. Pinch of salt, just a little pinch, not much. So we're gonna cook this chicken for about 4 minutes on each side. Ready for the flip, here we go. 1, 2, 3, flipping it over, boom. Look at that. Beauty, look at them grill marks, y'all. And as it's finishing up, I'm just gonna squeeze a little bit more lemon on there. Just some citrus love. Woo, look at that. Is it ready? And it lifts all the way up very easily. Boom. And if you need to, you can spray your grill pan just a little bit more. Shake off the excess marinade, and in goes the other piece of chicken. Now keep this grill hot. I'm gonna do a light spray, some oil. Now we still have the flavor from the chicken and the marinade there. I'm gonna put our pitas right on in there. Go ahead and gently press down, just make sure it's not burning. We just wanna cook it long enough where there's a little bit of color on there. All right, this is really nice. I'm gonna turn off our pan. So we let our chicken rest for about 5 minutes, so now all those juices won't run out as we slice it up. And now it's time to build our sandwich. We got our fresh veggies here. We're making gyros, we're making gyros. Okay, so we're gonna open up our pita here. Gonna add in some of our creamy tzatziki, and then add in some lettuce. Stuff it all the way up in there. Get some tomato, a little bit of onion action here. And then don't forget the feta. It's like a double cream factor with the tzatziki. And then take our chicken, and just load this bad boy up. Oh, wow. All right, this looks amazing. Can't wait to take a bite. I mean, if that was a mic, I'm dropping it right there. So darn easy, so darn delicious.
Good morning. Hot and dry, brutally high temperatures back in full force, set to shatter records and intensify drought conditions for millions. The warning stretching across much of the country. Al will tell us where that heat will be most intense and how long it will last this time.